Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are unfinished games that a lot of people will enjoy immensely. The endurance of the Pokemon formula and the introduction of new capsule companions have been keeping this series afloat over the last few years. It's become more and more obvious that these titles are being churned out like Call of Duty. The shortcomings of Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl have made this incredibly evident. And at the heart of it is time, the key component to it all. The team at Gamefreak are not given enough of it to create new Pokemon, develop new mechanics, explore new routes for the series, and find ways to get it all done within their short limits before they're expected to start something new. The lack of depth, content, and freshness within the recent generations has made this all too apparent. It's ironic then that Generation 9, easily the most resource-taxed and unfinished set of games the series has ever known, incorporates the theme of time into its story. Poetic irony, if you ask me. As a result, the guiding light of creature capturing and RPG battling that shepherded this series to success has been stretched thinner than ever here in Generation 9. So many times, Pokemon fans rightfully assert that the newer games are still fun because the series' core appeal remains intact. And that's a totally fair assessment of their individual experience, and I actually share in that sentiment myself. I don't hate Generation 9, hell, I put Pokemon Scarlet in my best games of 2022 list, knowing full well many will find it doesn't belong there. And yes, I understand that mentality too. Scarlet and Violet are unfinished, ugly, and unacceptable when viewed as products, divorced from our individual reactions to them. And it's hard to say that, due to how ambitious these new offerings are, but it's the unfortunate reality that we're dealing with here. It's painful too, because with better hardware and more development time, Scarlet and Violet might have ushered in a new era of Pokemon. And yes, they still might, but here it feels like they've face-planted into objective, open-world mediocrity. Now, we could spend all day debating if the good components of these games outweigh the bad, but let's face facts, there is no swaying everyone to your side. You came here to hear about Pokemon Violet, to see if your thoughts align with mine or not. And speaking of my thoughts, that's what this video truly is. My thoughts. I'm not going into this with a huge pre-production plan for the topics I want to talk about. I'm just gonna let it ride. Whatever comes to mind is what I'll discuss, big or small. Truly, I've already spent a lot of time talking about the state of Pokemon on the channel, so if something isn't covered in this video, it's probably because I'd just be repeating myself, so check out those other lengthy videos for more. And I should note that's especially true if you want in-depth looks at the mainline mechanics of the games. Check out the Pokemon Sword video for that. Instead, this video will focus more on new Pokemon, new ideas, and some other general topics I haven't discussed before. I guess you can just think of this video as a mixture between a commentary and an analysis. Okay, introduction complete. I don't love Generation 9, I don't hate Generation 9, but these are my thoughts. Let's get started. Before our adventure can begin, we first must create a character. This generic character select screen has haunted the franchise for a few years now, but luckily it gives way to the most robust character creator the series has seen yet. That being said, many eye and lip shapes are similar to one another, and there aren't enough hairstyles. I mean, why can't my character be bald? That seems like it should always be an option in any game. I'm also tired of the assumption that every new trainer is a young child. I would love to give my guy here a beard, but that's prohibited because he's like 11 years old. While it still falls flat compared to other titles outside of this franchise, it's at least nice to see a few more options for character creation this time around. And since we're playing Violet version here, I went for a purple motif and moved on with life. The opening cutscene is bad. It's marred with technical problems like details on the school building popping in, and also a bit of screen tearing that may not be showing up in the footage, but I saw it. There's also moments where people in the scene finish their animations and stop moving, while background details like trees swaying in the wind continue to play out. Not to mention, they just throw in some still images from time to time, which clashes with the rest of the video portions. It does at least establish the school framework that will define the game's overall story. This cutscene then gives way to another, showing a synth-looking Pokemon soaring through the sky, high above the region of Paldea. We get a few glimpses of some new Pokemon before the mysterious creature seemingly passes out like a drunk frat boy stumbling in after a night of partying. We fade to black and get the first shot of our house before we take control for the first time. The very first thing I noticed while playing this generation was this damn Squovid plushie, confirming that Greedent, one of the most uncanny valley Pokemon from Generation 8 and from the series as a whole, would be rearing his ugly little face once more. God damn, look, wait, there's one living with us! Oh god, get me out of here. Taking a look around the house, and it's one of the most impressive homes we've seen in Pokemon yet. Our mom actually has her own room, and everything is quite detailed. I love the little touches like the chili peppers on the counter or these designs on the wall. Paldea is a region based on Spain, and these decorations, along with the use of some simple Spanish words, helps to convey that very early on. Soon, a mysterious man shows up at our front door. This is Professor Clavel, head of Uva Academy, the school our character has just been enrolled in. Our mom sends us back to the loft so she can have some alone time with Clavel, and after he delivers the package, the nice man tells us we have to get a Pokemon. Something fishy's going on there, but we'll move on. Heading outside, we're slapped in the face with the terrible graphics for the first time, but we'll ignore that for now. Clavel calls out 3 Pokemon: Sprigatito, Fuecoco, and Quaxly. In terms of overall design, this is honestly my favorite set of starters since Generation 5. 6 through 8 had too many weak ones like Fennekin, Chespin, Poplio, and pretty much all of the Galarian ones. I'm not partial to Sprigatito, it's too much like Litten, but Fuecoco and Quaxly are excellent to me. Since their reveal, I grappled with myself on which one I'd end up choosing for my first adventure through Paldea. I really like them a lot, especially the color palettes that make each pop. The teal gives Quaxly a uniqueness compared to other water starters, while the glowing yellow hairs on Fuecoco contrast wonderfully with the red skin. These two seem more inspired than Sprigatito, leaving the cat on the losing side. We're given a bit of time to walk around here, and if you panicked at the walking speed during these opening moments, you were not alone. I'm not sure why they decided to restrict your movement, as it's only a nuisance and nothing more, and it only lasts a few seconds. So why? Why even do that? But all the while, the 3 starters will chase after you as you make your way down to your neighbor's home. Here, we meet back up with Clavel and are introduced to Nemona. She's a girl in our class who has already achieved the champion rank as a trainer, meaning she's light years ahead of our player character's current skill level. A cutscene also plays showing the 3 starters having a bit of fun. I'm glad to see they continued this idea from Sword and Shield, as it gives each of them a chance to express their personalities, which may sway the player's mind towards who they will choose. Quaxly adorably washes and fixes his hair like an adorable egocentric. Sprigatito spends time smelling the flowers, which is a bit dulled compared to the others, and Fuecoco establishes himself as the obvious choice when an accidental sneeze cutely lights an orange on fire, a treat he ends up enjoying just moments later. Unsurprisingly, I decided to go with Fuecoco for this playthrough, but I did choose Quaxly on my first run. For as unoriginal and uninspired as it is, I'm nicknaming this Pokemon fuego, because of Paldea's Spanish inspiration. We then head down to the beach to face Nemona in a battle. She almost pulls out one of our higher level Pokemon, but Clavel reminds her to take it easy on us since we're a new trainer. But honestly, I would have liked if Nemona sent out like a level 50 Paldean Tauros and just steamrolled our new companion. It sounds crazy, but this would establish just how far and above us our rival is, giving us something to work towards, while also furthering the notion that she's a champion level trainer. Instead, she sends out Sprigatito, fully knowing it's weak to our starter. They undercut the status Nemona is supposed to hold just to give the player an easy win in a game that's full of them. At the very least, they could have given her a second Pokemon, kinda like Hop had in Sword and Shield. But with her defeated, she tells us to meet up with her to learn how to catch a Pokemon. Luckily, they don't make you sit there and watch another trainer catch a Pokemon. I mean, they don't let you skip the dialogue either, so it's not as good as in Sword and Shield, but yeah. Your first wild battle will always be with Lechonk, a normal type Pokemon who dominated the pre-release hype cycle after its official reveal. He was certainly my favorite, a cute Pokemon with a classic name. Its inspiration is the Iberian black pig, a common domestic animal found all over Spain. I really like when Pokemon are inspired by their region's real-world counterparts. It ties an association between Earth and the Pokemon universe. Lechonk is the Rattata of the region, and while I was hoping Gamefreak would do away with this trope, at least the Pidgey of the region isn't found on this opening route. Two more new Pokemon can be found here as well. First up is Tarantula, a bug type based on a spider. The ball of webs on its back is fine, but I think Spinarak is a better take on a spider. It's just a cleaner design. It's so hard to really make out what Tarantula's body and face look like. It's just not much to it. However, next up is the worst new Pokemon in this generation, Pawmi. I was shocked when they showed this thing off in the pre-release trailers because it's such a bland design with perhaps the laziest chain of evolutions imaginable. My goal is to wait until we encounter new Pokemon before talking about them. Not sure if that'll hold up, but I just gotta get this one off my chest. Pawmi evolves twice, once into Pawmo and then Pawmot. It's hard to tell what this chain of Pokemon is based on, which puts it in that nebulous zone where our brains don't have a good real-life counterpart to compare it to. What is obvious though is how little work went into the evolutions. If Pawmi stands up and doesn't tan for a few days, then bam, it's evolved into Pawmo. And if Pawmo stops shaving for a few days and gets a neckbeard, well, then it's Pawmot. It's unfathomable to me that such a poor design could make it into the final game. I have to imagine Game Freak comes up with like hundreds of ideas for new Pokemon, and I'm just stunned that this is one that wasn't scrapped immediately, but instead found its way to the end product. Terrible. Probably the worst design in all of Generation 9. And the worst part is that Pawmot is the first official electric and fighting type Pokemon in the entire series. This much anticipated type combo gets dealt to a lazily designed Pokemon with no sense of style, flair, or much of anything. I'd rather go back to not having that type combo at all than to rock with this thing. Many of the new Pokemon designs are smashing hits or total failures, but this one is the bottom of the barrel. And yes, I will be taking time to share my opinions on some of the new designs because, after all, that's part of the thrill of a new generation. The Poco path we're on, Spanish for little path by the way, is our first chance to catch some of these new Pokemon. Disappointingly, the excellent catching system of Pokemon Legends Arceus is abandoned here. In that game, a Pokeball could be thrown in the overworld. Players didn't have to enter battle for a chance to catch something. This streamlined the catching experience for the better, but like many great ideas, Pokemon has left it in the dust. To be fair, these titles were developed simultaneously, so they probably wanted to see reaction to it before committing fully, but it's still tough to go back to the old way. Funny enough, you can still aim at certain Pokemon, but this initiates a battle instead of just tossing a Pokeball. Overall though, I noticed Pokemon were much simpler to catch in Scarlet and Violet, which was critical after how difficult it could be to catch seemingly normal Pokemon in Sword and Shield. No one wants every encounter to play out like one with a legendary, throwing 48 Ultra Balls before finally getting your new companion. But this was just a feeling, and I wanted to know the science, so I did a bit of research on catch rates and, oh boy, is there a lot. The formula used to determine if a Pokemon will be captured or not has obviously been a part of the series since Generation 1, but each subsequent set of games has tweaked it. In fact, the original formula from Generation 1 has largely been abandoned, as from Generation 2 onwards a different approach was taken. This is the formula used to determine if a Pokemon is captured in Generation 1. Pretty complicated, huh? Well, it may appear so, but essentially it's determining the probability of a wild Pokemon being captured, using factors like status condition, the type of ball you use, Pokemon catch rate, and its current health to determine the outcome. Needless to say, the hints NPCs give to you about applying status condition, attacking a Pokemon to weaken it, and such are meant to push you towards manipulating the formula in your favor. Interestingly enough though, there are instances where a Great Ball will yield a higher catch probability than an Ultra Ball in Generation 1. Crazy, I know, but it's true. If you want to learn more, go ahead and check out the video this picture comes from. Tom Rock's Math does a full breakdown explaining the formula's logic, and it's extremely well done and easy to follow if you are at least decent with math. The link is in the description below. In Generation 2, the formula was changed and essentially simplified down to this. It's much more concise, but funny enough, another mistake in coding resulted in status conditions being handled incorrectly in Gold and Silver. Frozen and Asleep Pokemon still have a higher chance of being captured versus non-status afflicted Pokemon. Usually, these two status ailments yield a higher chance of capture than paralysis, burning, or poisoning, so a separate line of code is needed. However, Gold and Silver don't check for these three conditions when performing the catch probability equation. In short, burning, poisoning, and paralyzing a Pokemon won't help you catch anything in Generation 2. And that's just hilarious to me. Anyway, let's get back to contemporary times. Here's the formula used in Generation 8. Two new factors were introduced to catch probability: bonus level and difficulty. Bonus level simply provides you a higher chance of catching any Pokemon that is level 19 or lower. Simple stuff that helps the player. Difficulty, on the other hand, is why it felt so annoying to catch Pokemon in Sword and Shield. Essentially, difficulty checks two things. First, it will see if you're in possession of the Dragon Badge, the final badge of the game. If so, this value is set to 1. However, if you don't have the badge, it will check your current Pokemon's level versus that of the Pokemon you're battling against. If your Pokemon is weaker, the value of difficulty is set to 0.1, which drastically lowers your chance of catching said Pokemon. This change to the algorithm is what frustrated players who were simply trying to catch normal, non-legendary Pokemon to build up their team and complete the Pokédex. Luckily, Scarlet and Violet seem to do away with this. At the time of writing, the exact formula hasn't been discovered, or at least it's not reported anywhere yet that I could find. But given how much easier it feels to catch Pokemon, it seems this stat must have changed. This could of course be due to the fact that it's much easier to level up Pokemon here, meaning you'll often be a higher level than any randomly encountered Pokemon. Time will tell on how it's changed. What we do know is that the number of gym badges you have also affects catch probability, which is new. When a Pokemon is above your current badge level, you'll be docked 20% of your catch probability for each missing badge. Every badge you earn grants you 5 catch levels, with your starting point being 20. So 1 badge will get you to 25, 2 will get to 30, and so on and so forth. This means if you try to catch a level 45 Pokemon with just 1 badge equal to 25, you'll be docked 20% 4 separate times. Essentially, you're gonna really struggle to catch Pokemon at a much higher level relative to your badge count, and that's good for an open world game like this. It decreases the likelihood of a player going right to an endgame area and cheesing their way into catching a level 50 Mon. It's about balancing. So yeah, that was a lot about Pokemon catch rates. I did like 2 hours of research for the last 5 to 10 minutes of the video. And the funny part is, I can't even say definitively if things have changed here. Feels like it did, and that's good. So yeah, I hope you learned something from that. Continuing along the pathway leads us to another questionable cutscene. Nemona catches up and inquires about how many Pokemon we've caught, but she's interrupted by a nearby cry from a wild Pokemon. We go towards the cliffs to investigate, where we spot the mysterious Pokemon from the opening cutscene being harassed by some Houndour. The purple beast lets out a shriek which apparently breaks the cliffside we're standing on, sending us tumbling down, where our Rotom phone somehow acts as a parachute and saves us. It looks so goofy, and it's never explained what exactly the phone is doing to stop your fall. Rotom can hover, but your momentum would carry on, most likely ripping our character's arms right out of their sockets. I'm just saying, this is awful. We approach the mysterious Pokemon because, of course, nothing is ever dangerous in a Pokemon game. It seems weak, so we feed it the sandwich our mother gave us earlier, which immediately restores it back to good health. Let me repeat that. A sandwich cures it. We don't even know why it fell out of the sky earlier. It just did. But the cure? Ham on wheat with a bit of lettuce and a pinch of mustard. Okay, Gamefreak. The beast then gets up and hovers into a nearby cave where we pursue closely. It guides us back up, fighting off some Houndour and even a Houndoom along the way. If only it could do something about these cheap invisible walls that restrict the player in an immersion-shattering way. I will admit though, this particular part is a good idea. I love seeing Pokemon being given a chance to show off their natures and personalities. They're often so lifeless in the overworld, and any cutscene that lets me see what they're about, well, that's appreciated. After being surrounded, the strong Pokemon leaps forward, grabs us, and then leaps up the cliffside, getting us back outside. If you watch closely, Miraidon, yeah, let's just call it what it is now, actually hops up the platforms instead of flying up using his jet boosters. It makes me think that Miraidon is a reskin of Koraidon from Scarlet version. The counterpart has normal legs in this scene and therefore should hop. But Miraidon doesn't. It only does this because the animation has been used for both games, despite it not making sense contextually here. Cutting corners, a Gamefreak tradition. As we get back outside, Miraidon collapses for a bit before reverting back to its ride form. Nemona and the player regroup at a lighthouse where they run into another student, Arven. We're introduced to him, and after a quick battle, we get the impression that there's more to him than he's letting on. He seems to have a connection to Miraidon, even carrying its Pokeball with him, and he's also the son of a famous Pokemon professor. For now, he leaves us in charge of Miraidon, seemingly frustrated and upset with the Pokemon before storming off. We head to the top of the lighthouse where Nemona implores us to look at all the beautiful nature, and we aren't able to do so because everything in these shots looks absolutely atrocious. From here, our next goal is to head towards the small town of Los Platos, a pit stop on our way to school. Perhaps the most gripping sales point about Scarlet and Violet was that they'd be the first Pokemon games to feature an open world. So far, the player has been railroaded through sections, and while that will continue on for a bit longer, this next part is a small bit of level design. We can cross the bridge and go left into Los Platos, but I have a feeling most returning fans will be too eager to explore as soon as possible. Therefore, there's an open bit of land sprawling out to the right of the bridge. This tempting pathway leads to many new things to uncover, rewarding the player's choice to go off the beaten path in the process. The first reward would of course be some new Pokemon, 3 of which are new to the series. Following the stream leads to a small plot of sandy beach where a familiar face is waiting for you. No, this is not Shiny Diglett, nor is it Paldean Diglett. It's Wiglet. Leading up to the game's release, 2 leakers, Riddler Q and Kakaman, released tidbits of information about the games. The former talked in riddles to get people excited with speculation, without giving away too much, while the latter pretty much spilled the beans, more or less. One riddle in particular from Q had fans going bonkers for a few weeks and even months, until a series of clever uncoding unveiled what were being called regional fakes. Without context, fans speculated on what this could mean, but the Wiglet trailer cleared things up. These were Pokemon that resembled existing Mons, but were not region-specific forms, such as Alolan Meowth or Galarian Weezing. Instead, these were completely distinct lines whose resemblance to older Pokemon was simply coincidental. I've seen many folks write these off as lazy, and it's hard to argue against that for Wiglet. However, the other regional fake in this game makes me think Gamefreak was more clever than it may initially appear. Keep that in mind, we'll come back to it. Ironically, Paldean Wooper is the next Pokemon you can find out here. If the different name and type wasn't enough to convince you Wiglet was its own Pokemon, catching this Paldeanmon will confirm it. This Wooper has a different type, but retains the name of its Generation 2 counterpart. Along with that, a label for Paldean forms appears in the Pokédex entry, confirming this is still a Wooper, just a regional form, not a regional fake. I think they could have done more with this design, but it's fine. However, the real reward for coming out this way is Flamigo. This bird Pokemon gets its name from combining flamingo and amigo, obviously. I find many of the new Pokemon names to be a bit on the nose, this one being one of the most egregious. That aside, it's a fantastic Pokemon. Its Pokédex entry calls it the synchronized Pokemon, which is a reflection of their real-world counterparts. Flamingos typically don't gain their famous pink color until reaching age 5 and onward. The development of this pink hue signals they are reaching mating age. Since mating is key to survival, flamingos who are ready to reproduce often stay close with others who share their same color. During mating season, the pinkest birds stay in the middle of the flock with each other to reproduce, while the younger, duller birds are pushed to the outside. In short, they stick with those of their own color, synchronizing together as a flock. Flamigo seems to be inspired by this idea, but this is a Pokemon game, so the mating element is de-emphasized. Flamigo instead synchronizes in double battle situations with its hidden ability, Co-Star. Upon switching into battle, Flamigo will copy the stat changes of its partner as to be in sync with them. It's a nice little detail that will be overlooked by many. It can be really fun to explore and research how Pokemon are inspired by their real-world counterparts in interesting ways. I won't be going into this much detail for every new Pokemon, but if you take the time to look, you'll often find something interesting. And while I won't be using Flamigo as like an official team member, I do want to point out that it is quite the reward for beginning trainers. It doesn't evolve, meaning its base stats are pretty high compared to other Pokemon you can currently find. That, along with its powerful dual flying and fighting type and stab moves to boost, makes it a formidable early game team member. I like this Pokemon. If it had evolved, I'd have used one for this video. Besides the Pokemon, players will also find two oddities in the landscape. There's these ruins where the concept of Gimmighoul coins are introduced, and there's also a mysterious purple chain door drilled into the side of a mountain. It warns that ruinous tablets await inside, but there isn't anything to be done now. So we'll come back to it, in probably, like 5 minutes or so? Yeah, I'm sure it won't take that long. Overall though, this section is great for rewarding and encouraging the player to spend time exploring off the beaten path. Returning towards our goal brings us to Los Platos, which is the town of plates, I guess? I don't know what's up with this name. Before we get there though, we encounter Fido, yet another food-based fairy type Pokemon, but at least this one's cuter than Milcery and Swirlix. Besides its clever name, I don't have much to say about this Pokemon, but we'll carry it with us for now. Up ahead is Paldea's take on the Pokemon Center. A few generations ago now, they decided to bring the Pokemart right inside the Pokemon Center, but that innovation has been taken further now. Paldean Pokemon Centers are outdoor areas, meaning you don't have to sit through a load screen or a fade to black when entering and exiting a building just to heal up your Pokemon, which is more convenient. It fits well into the open world too, making it a smart design choice. The way your Pokemon are displayed on the healing machine is also super aesthetic, I love it. Meanwhile, the Pokemart functions as you'd expect, and I decided to grab a thing or two while I'm here. Thank God Nimona casually handed us $5,000 just a few minutes ago. These revives are expensive. There's also a newsstand here for the technical machine. TMs are back to being single use in Paldea, but you can craft as many copies as you want so long as you have the necessary currency to do so. It'll take league points, a new currency, as well as crafting components dropped by Pokemon to create a TM. There's only a few TMs available at the start, but as you find more in the world, more options unlock. This inclusion is pretty stupid if you ask me. They took an already fixed problem and undid it to try to give players something else to do in the relatively empty open world. Instead of just finding a TM once and having access to it forever, you now have to venture out to find the necessary parts, which takes time and must be particularly annoying for competitive battlers who just want to switch up sets. The sacrifice doesn't even add anything of value either, as going out and farming resources by killing off Pokemon is boring and goes against the series' core idea that these creatures are our friends. They made this system to help prop up the barren open world, and it was a bad idea. Talk about games that shoehorn in crafting for the sake of crafting, and Pokemon Violet will come to mind. Alright, we're finally in the town of Los Platos. I can't wait to go inside and check out some of these buildings. They look relatively detailed on the outside, at least from afar. Huh. Well, I guess this one's locked. We can't go in just yet. Oh well, I'm sure it's just a one-off instance. Oh! This one's locked too. Well, oh well. Maybe Los Platos is just a really overprotective town. They probably have a burglar issue or something, so we'll just move on for now. This open area leading up to Mesagoza's entry is bigger than it first appears. There's a plentiful number of new trainers to battle, as well as a bunch of Pokemon. Mostly old, but some new to find. For now though, let's press onwards or else we'll be late to school. Damn it, Nimona, we don't have time for a battle! We're gonna be late! Well, okay, fine. I'm sure you won't have any earth-shattering, generation-defining new mechanics to unveil in this one fight, so let's just get this over with. Oh my god, Pawmi! Palmy gets the first terrestrialization. Skip. With that, we enter Mesagoza for the first time, and it's more grandiose than anything we've seen thus far. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it's supposed to, at least. Nimona tells us to meet her at the school, but gives us time to go exploring for a bit, so let's check out what the city has to offer. Mesagoza is a city about shopping. That's really all you can say. There's many different stores where you can buy meals, ingredients, and cosmetic items. The meals grant bonus power to things like finding eggs, catching power, the types of raid battles, and more. The ingredients are used to make those medicinal sandwiches during picnics, and the cosmetic items are dispersed across many different shops. And that's it. It's bad. Let me tell you, this is awful. There's always been a meme surrounding the Pokemon franchise, acknowledging the fact that it's strange for our character to enter people's homes. Temtem, a competitor with Pokemon, even pokes fun at this franchise by including NPCs who often protest you just walking right into their living space. It seems Gamefreak finally took this to heart, because in Scarlet and Violet, there's hardly any buildings that you can enter, outside of gyms that are recycled, your house, the school, and apparently this one reused sandwich shop. There's many doors that simply won't allow you to enter, while other shops don't include physical spaces, but instead just menus where you pick and choose what you want before being booted out. Literally, look at the animation of you getting kicked out of a shop. It's bad. You could argue this speeds up the process, but to me, what is lost is much more worse than what is gained. Paldea feels uninhabited as a result, in a way no Pokemon game has before. I never thought I'd miss going into people's homes, but I absolutely find myself in that position now. Think about all the amazing places you'd enter in previous Pokemon games and find something awesome just waiting inside. Whether it was Cynthia in that random house in Black 2 and White 2, or the Kalos Ghost Girl, or even just an elderly couple waiting to give you a TM. There's no moments like that in Scarlet and Violet, and the Uncanny Valley NPCs roaming around don't help much either. In my original playthrough of Pokemon Scarlet, Mesagoza really disappointed me, and set the tone for how I would come to explore the rest of Paldea's towns and cities. There's no incentive for urban exploration in this region, and I think it's a real missed opportunity. Interior environments must have been left on the cutting room floor in this incredibly rushed set of games. It results in Paldea feeling like the most lifeless region we've encountered yet, devoid of any culture, personality, or tradition. It's evidence of how desperately these titles needed more time to be made into complete experiences. On top of this, what Mesagoza does offer is really confusing and jumbled. The NPCs who skip frames and textures that pop in really makes this place an eyesore to visit. Hell, even the textures that don't have to load in while you're staring at them still look awful. Not to mention, the handling of shops is poorly thought out as well. They wanted this to really feel like a big city, but didn't have the resources or time to make interior environments, and so they resulted to including the same 4 or 5 shops spread out to 4 or 5 different locations. In fact, in the town square, you can find 2 Seaside Breezes, or whatever the hell this cafe menu is called, side by side with each other. Can you imagine that? Entering a new town and there's 2 McDonald's right next to each other. It's ridiculous. Of course, if Mesagoza was a real town, you could expect to see 4 Walmarts, 5 McDonald's, 12 Subways, as well as that small town cafe you know and love, except there's 7 of them within 100 feet of each other. Oh, and there's skyscrapers too, but no one lives there. All the doors are bolted shut. That's Mesagoza, an utter failure and easily the worst big city Game Freak has ever given us. It's embarrassing. So let's get a move on and get out of here. The upcoming section is about introducing the 3-story pathways we'll be experiencing. Climbing up the stairs sees us coming face to face with Penny and Team Star for the first time. In the last 2 or 3 generations, the so-called villain team has become a lot more domestic, not focused on taking over the world like that of Team Rocket, but instead on something more lighthearted. They act antagonistically towards the player, but they aren't ruthless or anything like that. It's a fine change for the younger demographic these games are targeting, but it's starting to get old too. In our battle with them, Nemona gives us a Terra Orb, which is used to terrestrialize Pokemon, but I don't want to get into that quite yet. I chose not to use it in this fight, and it's a nice touch that Nemona acknowledges that in the cutscene following. With that, we head up to the Academy for the first time. The Pokemon Trainer School has been a trope in these games for a long time, I believe since Generation 3, with the one found in Rustboro City. It's often been an early pit stop for players on their way to setting out on their journey. That description is still apt here, but the school theme is much more heavily baked into the entire adventure, and I think that's a neat idea. We'll come back later to take some classes, but for now, we must fulfill our true purpose, pushing away as many friends as possible by answering all their questions negatively and sarcastically. Pokemon including meaningless dialogue options has always been laughably stupid to me, especially since sometimes you'll have to choose one answer over the other to proceed. Anyway, Nemona implores us to take on the 8 local gyms of Paldea, while Arven asks us to help him track down a series of plants called Herba Mystica. Finally, we get a call from a mysterious hacker named Cassiopeia, who wants us to deal with Team Star for her, or maybe him, could be him, but probably her. And these are the 3 pathways the player will be free to complete as they adventure through Paldea. And introducing them all here is a nice way to set the tone before releasing you into the open world proper. After a few days on campus, Director Clavel kicks off the Treasure Hunt, a yearly event at the Academy that sees students being set free for an adventure of their own across the region. The liability Uva Academy takes on from this is astronomical. Imagine this little shit from class getting run over by those Tauros from the opening cutscene. Yikes. But yet, we press on with the spirit of adventure under our sails. This really is the whole point of the game. It's the developers telling you, hey, you wanted an open world Pokemon game where you can go anywhere you want, do what you want, tackle the gyms in any order? Well, fine, here you go. That's what Generation 9 is. Go out and find your metaphorical treasure. And with that, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet truly begin. The first choice you'll make is a binary one. You can exit Mesagoza from the West Gate or the East Gate. This would mean very little to new players, so it was smart to contextualize it around the request Arven gives to you, as well as Nemona's insistence on battling the gyms. For this video, I decided to head out of the East Gate and begin exploring in that direction first, so away we go. According to most online game guides, the optimal path is to head west first, since that's where the weakest gym leader can be found. By heading east, we'll be put up against some tougher challenges, but in all honesty, it's worth it. From a design standpoint, this is one of the most well-realized parts of this open world. The stony cliffs live up to their name, as there's plenty of nooks and crannies to check out for Pokemon and items. It's easy to get lost, but in a good way. This is relatively early in the game too, so many players don't know what to expect from exploration. To be honest, you won't find much, but at least the lay of the land here encourages you to see what's around every corner. Sometimes it'll be a Pokeball item, which the game uses heavily to pull the player around the open world like Connect the Dots. I think they included so many items because they provide quick hits of engagement. Your brain sees it, you want to know what it is, you go over, you get it, and you continue on until you see another shortly after. That's the pulling effect, but it's very cheap, providing very little enrichment or new activities such as side quests that you might see in other open world games. The only thing I found of note in my exploration here was Hariyama, which is a Pokemon most players won't be equipped to battle at this point in their adventure. It very well might wipe out their team, and I think that's cool. But really, that's about it. It looks cool, but there's not much to do here. While passing through, I made note of the massive amount of Pokemon variety that can be found. Unlike in previous games, where each route may have had between 5 and 10 Pokemon that can be encountered in tall grass, it's not uncommon for areas in Paldea to have upwards of 40 to 50. Many are repeated throughout the game, but it is nice to see a richness in the diversity of Pokemon available. This must be a real treat for newcomers to the series. Returning fans will hone in on the new entries, but brand new players will be delighted at the sheer number of options available to catch. Among those, we find 4 new ones: Charcadet, Nacli, Cloth, and Nimble. Charcadet is probably one of the more fan-favorite inclusions because of its branching evolutions, the only Pokemon to do so in Generation 9. I used one in my playthrough of Scarlet, and on its own, it's pretty weak. It has a measly 255 base stat total, but it will still find its way onto many a player's teams. That's for 2 reasons. Number 1, if you don't choose Fuecoco as your starter, your only new options for a fire type are Charcadet and Scovillain, who, let's face it, is a pretty hideous design, one of the weaker in Generation 9. Fire is such a popular type, and so many players will find themselves wanting one. The other reason is those evolutions I mentioned earlier. In Scarlet, you can find the Auspicious Armor, and in Violet, you'll find the Malicious Armor. Giving these items to Charcadet will make it evolve into Armor Rouge or Cerulean, respectively. These maintain Charcadet's fire typing while taking on the Psychic or Ghost typing as well, which is cool. These 2 humanoids were the face of Scarlet and Violet's continuation of having version exclusives in the pre-release marketing, and for good reason, they're really cool Pokemon. Nacli, on the other hand, is fine. It's inspired by salt deposits and mushroom rocks. You'll notice that its name contains NaCl, the official shorthand for salt. This is included in its evolution Knucklestack and its final form, Garganacl. That's cool and all, but I can't help but to wonder if this thing was inspired by Minecraft. It reminds me of that title so much, it almost feels like they pulled it right out of that game. Nimble is a pretty generic looking bug to me. It's just a blue grasshopper, but oh man, its evolution Low Kicks is one of my favorite new designs in Generation 9. It's still a grasshopper, but it's gone bipedal, and when it attacks, it uses its back legs to stand up and strike. It's one of the more impressive animations that any Pokemon has in this generation. The Dark and Bug typing is also pretty cool. It's one we haven't seen before, which came as a surprise to me. It gives this Pokemon a lot of weaknesses, but also a lot of resistances. I wish its base stats were beefed up a little bit more to make it more competitively viable, but I used one in Scarlet and I loved it. And lastly, there's Cloth, a rock crab Pokemon. I'm catching one and nicknaming it Not Crabby, because one of the more interesting things to me about this Pokemon is that it isn't a regional fake like Wiglet, despite the comparisons to Krabby. This is an important distinction to make because throughout Pokemon's history, we've seen concepts repeated. For example, turtles. Turtwig and Choodle share a lot of similarities, yet you'd never confuse one for the other. Meanwhile, Wiglet and Diglett are different Pokemon in the same exact way, yet they look nearly identical, making the new entry a regional fake. I should also note that regional fake is a fan-made term, not one used by Gamefreak. Anyway, back to Cloth. Despite the similarities to Krabby, it isn't called a regional fake, and I think that's because it doesn't share enough specifics within its design elements to directly compare it to Krabby. Despite both drawing inspiration from a red crab, they are completely different takes on the source material. It will be interesting to see how Game Freak continues to blur the lines between new Pokemon, old Pokemon, regional fakes, and inspired designs versus nearly copying. Also, Fuego evolved into Crocolore while fighting a trainer. I found this design to be a bit goofy at first, but upon reflection, it's an appropriate transformation for Fuecoco. The hat, made up of flames and a golden egg on top, reminds me of a sombrero, which is of course a common headpiece in Spanish culture. Its buck teeth also helps it retain that simple-minded but cute characteristic that its first form captured so well. I like it. This Stony Cliff area continues to be one of the more enjoyable areas to explore as we push forward into its second half. The maze-like patterns continue with 3 different vertical layers to check out. Falling to the bottom will draw the player in towards more trainer battles and potentially some Pokemon they haven't seen yet. Of course, it's also where I've received the most amount of presentational issues so far. It's probably time to fully address the elephant in the room. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are not finished games, and their performance and presentation is absolutely atrocious. Probably the most unacceptable launch state for a big, noteworthy game in 2022. It pains me to say that, but it's true. However, this has been well documented by now, so I don't want to harp on for it for too long. This section was ridiculous though. Between the lighting popping in, the awkward jankiness within Pokemon evolutions, how characters teleport into battles, how shadows move, stuttering, frame rate drops, and terrible texture work, things are just bad. The list of things wrong with these titles is tremendously long and unacceptable, period. All I can say is that Gamefreak needs more time to develop these games to make them into something truly special. Development on Scarlet and Violet started in late 2019. That's only 3 years to build an open world game, a first for the franchise, while also co-developing Legends Arceus simultaneously. It's almost a miracle the game functions at all. Pokemon is such a monolith in the entertainment world that delaying production time cuts into the profits, and we can't have that. So the result is that fans are continuously backhanded with these subpar releases that can't reach their full potential. It sucks, I hope it changes, but I'm not going to spend this whole video complaining about the graphics and the performance and the presentation. So let's just move on. With that, we reach the city of Artisan, home of our first gym challenge, and the famous Paldean windmill, known for its ability to move at 2 frames per second. Just gorgeous stuff. I poke fun at it, but Artisan is probably one of the better cities in Paldea. It's got that small town vibe going for it, but it's filled with many notable things like a hedge maze, playground, and a boardwalk. It's nothing great, but it might be the best the game has to offer. Wasting no time, we head for our first gym battle with the leader, Bracius. To challenge him though, we first must complete his gym test. The idea of a non-Pokemon battle test has been tossed around in the series since Generation 7 with the introduction of Alola's Trials. Sword and Shield continued this trend while bringing back traditional gyms, and Scarlet and Violet follow suit. Unfortunately, this is probably the weakest batch of pre-gym challenges yet. We will look at them on a case-by-case basis, which is good because the Artisan one is probably one of the better inclusions. We're tasked with exploring the city and finding 10 Sunflora, the Pokemon that inspires much of the local artistry. The player is forced to be more observant of their surroundings then to locate these adorable walking plants. And at the same time, the player is moving around the city at their own pace, which allows it to feel more player-guided. Again, nothing revolutionary or even worth being called interesting, but good in comparison to many other challenges in the game. It is strange though that they just spawn 3 Sunflora right behind you, but finding 7 more can be, at the very least, minimally engaging. There's even one that runs away from you, and if you go up to catch it, you battle against it and are rewarded with a Sunstone. So overall, a decent gym test. That leads us to our battle with Bracius, a grass-type user who doubles as an artist. As we will come to see, all of Paldea's gym leaders have separate careers that define their character. I'm not big on this idea, as many of the leaders seem to view the work they do at the gym as secondary to their primary jobs. Most of them seem to have this attitude of, yeah, let's just get this over with. And it makes what are supposed to be high-profile matches seem a little less important. I'm also getting tired of grass-type gyms. We had Erica back in Generation 1, Generation 2 and 3 didn't include one, but since Diamond and Pearl, every new generation has featured a grass-type gym leader. You could argue Cylon from Black and White is an exception, since you only battled him if you picked Oshawott. And of course, Mallow from Sun and Moon was technically a trial captain, not a gym leader, but still. 7 of the 9 generations have had a grass-type gym leader, and they always seem to come so early in the game, and it's getting a bit dull. I'd love to see a grass-type gym leader be the 8th badge, or something like that for once. If you're going to keep reusing the same types, at least switch up the order in which you encounter them. Make the first gym like a dragon-type user. Go wild, be different, do something new. By the way, grass isn't even the type that appears most often for gym battles. There's one type that's appeared 8 times. See if you can guess what it is in the comments below before we discuss it more at the next gym. As it is, Brassius is as much of a pushover as any other gym leader. He uses Smoliv, which we'll touch on later, alongside of Petlil and Sudowoodo. In Paldea, gym leaders will terrestrialize their ace Pokemon. This ace doesn't share the typing associated with the gym. In this case, Sudowoodo is a rock type, but through terrestrializing, it becomes a grass type, meaning its grass type moves now do stab damage, while its rock moves do not. It's essentially changed its typing. It's a pretty neat idea the first time you see it, but I think Gamefreak should have sometimes went in a different direction, which I'll discuss more at a later gym. For now, we're able to overcome Brassius and earn our first badge in the game. Before we press onward, we'll first do a bit of backtracking. Now, that's not something you often hear in a Pokemon game, but it's true in Paldea. The world is really open for you to explore and go anywhere you want from the outset. Certain areas will be tough to reach until you've upgraded Miraidon, but nothing is stopping you from going right to the final gym leader and getting smacked by his much higher level team. Right now. I could do that right now if I wanted to. The events you must complete to finish the game don't scale with you and still have an intended path, but what you do is up to you, and I like that. As a result, I actually skipped right past an event we could have done already, battled the Stony Cliff Titan alongside of Arven. Back in Mesagoza, he tasked us with tracking down the Titan Pokemon and defeating them to collect the Herba Mysticas, legendary cooking ingredients that he wants to use in his recipes. Of course, he's also holding something back, as is made evident in his dialogue. So out we go, in search of this beast, and lo and behold, what do we have there? Just hanging on the wall, but a giant— Damn it, Growlithe! Get the hell out of here! Okay, I'm including this because I love the idea that this fire dog has us with our backs to a cliffside, forced to battle for our survival. Okay, yeah, that's a bit of a hyperbole, but Pokemon games really do need player imagination to fill in the fun gaps sometimes, alright? That's all I'm saying. Anyway, making our way over to the giant crab, it quickly scurries up the cliffside. Pursuing it via a nearby ramp brings us face to face with it. There's no words. The creature behaves like the wild beast it is as it leaps down and commences the battle immediately. I love the battle UI for these encounters. The Titan Pokemon has its health bar emphasized with its nickname displayed. This distinguishes it from any regular cloth. On top of that, they don't display the Pokemon's level. It's actually 16 for this encounter, but by hiding it away, it lends credence to the idea that this particular Pokemon is far and above all the rest of the Mons in the surrounding region. This is the Kingpin. It's just a cool way of reinforcing that by keeping the player in the dark. After depleting its health bar, it'll scurry away. We'll track it down by jumping on it Goomba style. The Stony Cliff Titan breaks through a rocky wall, revealing a hidden tunnel. it rips out a glowing plant and consumes it whole, powering up in the process. Arven shows up to witness this whole thing and joins alongside of you in the battle to come. It's kind of an epic fight, 2 versus 1, but I do wish this version of the boss was a bit harder. Titan Pokemon should have been harder to defeat by either giving them an ally or really boosting up their stats. It would have been cool to see a smaller Cloth come to defend this one. Meanwhile, the player must defeat the tinier version before damage can be dealt to the big cheese. That would have been cool. As it is now, much of the fight's spectacle and stakes goes to the wayside as you rip its health bar apart. The fight is also lessened by the poor camera work, as well as having to sit through Cloth's Anger Show ability, watching each of its stats increase and decrease, one at a time. Still, it falls eventually. With that, Arven and the player enter the tunnel. The mossy cave shimmers through the glowing light of the Herba Mystica as we approach. Arven details how this must be the plant his Violet book spoke of, giving whoever eats it improved health. He picks some and vows to make us the best sandwich we've ever had, teaching kids that any plant they find in the wild is safe to eat in the process. We, of course, can't see him cook because that would be another thing that requires too much animation work, so instead, we fade out for a few seconds. Arven hands us our sandwich, but Miraidon pops out to snack on it. For some reason, the player is given another useless dialogue option here. You can't progress unless you give him that sandwich. Consuming it has an effect on the futuristic looking being, and Arven comments on how it's powered up. He then gives us half his sandwich before we depart. Arven stays behind to clean up and mumbles to himself about now being the perfect time. The screen fades to black as the sound of a Pokemon being summoned plays out. The mystery of what Arven is really up to continues to grow. As for us, Miraidon can now dash while moving through the open world. For every Titan we defeat, he will gain a new ability. This one though is perhaps the most unexciting, as it's just going to let you run through fields faster without changing your vertical movement potential. However, it will be useful in this upcoming meadow, leading out the other side of Artisan. Our first major encounter with Team Star is right on the horizon, so now seems like a good time to do some training and share some thoughts on some more new Pokemon. First up is Oinkologne, the evolution of Lechonk. To me, this evolution is a big step down, regardless of whether you're looking at its male or female form. It seems the idea for this Pokemon comes from the expression, you can put makeup on a pig, but it's still a pig. The fancy facial get-ups along with the Pokédex's entry about how these mons actually smell really good kinda confirms this. I guess that means the final part of Oinkologne's name is actually a reference to cologne, and not the much darker idea I first imagined, which was bologna. Those sandwich meats have to be coming from somewhere after all. While I won't be using Oinkologne, I did want to switch up my team a bit here. Outside of Fuego, I can't say which Pokemon will become official team members as we play. Scarlet and Violet's massive number of available Pokemon on any given route ensures there's always new options at your disposal, and with how easy they are to level up, you can rotate them in and out freely without losing much power. I think that's probably the greatest strength of this open world and the items within it. Any new Pokemon you get isn't too far away from contributing to your team, meaning you'll be more inclined to try out a bunch of them, new and old. With all that being said, Paldean Tauros is going to be around for a while. Joining Wooper, it's the only Paldean form change in these games, which is surprising after how many regional variants we got in Gen 7 and 8. The once normal type bull is now changed to a fighting type, clearly reflecting Spain's deep-rooted history of bullfights and the famous Running of the Bulls event. The Pokédex even outlines these Tauros as being combat bred, meaning they're ready to fight, and I think that's a cool point of inspiration. I'm nicknaming this Pokemon Olay as a result. Interestingly enough, Tauros actually has 3 different Paldean forms. There's this base fighting form, but also a fire and fighting form exclusive to Scarlet, and a water and fighting form exclusive to Violet. These two elemental offshoots are hard to find on their own, but are made much easier to encounter upon consuming a meal that boosts the number of fire or water types you encounter, respectively. It's a nice way of nudging players into experimenting with the usually ignored meals mechanic. Next up is Shroodle, a poison and normal type. It's one of the more basic designs in Generation 9, and it doesn't do much for me. It looks too goofy to even be a Pokemon. Based on its name, I'd assume it's supposed to be based on a shrew, but what exactly, I can't say. I kinda like that it looks like a puddle of paint, at least if you're looking at it from overhead, and that may tie into its evolution's focus on decorating its surroundings. Tarantulla's evolution, Spidops, can also be found here. The way it moves around the world is rather creepy. I like it, it's different. Outside of that, it's a little bit weak in my eyes. It shares that with Squawkabilly, a basic bird design that really feels like Chatot 2.0. Rounding out this area, we have two strong ones. First up is Finison, finally a dolphin-based Pokemon. Gamefreak did an outstanding job this generation, giving us some Pokemon based on creatures and items that we haven't seen before. Finison, Flamigo, Varoom, and Espathra are all examples of this amongst many others. This simple dolphin design is nice. The color palette really catches the eye with its calming light blue, and it's also just adorable. I wanted to use one in Scarlet, but since I chose Quaxly, I didn't need another water type. So I'll go ahead and catch one for the team now. I'll be nicknaming it Clark Kent for no particular reason. Then there's Gimmighoul, located up on this overlook. This little ghost-type Pokemon hides within treasure chests most of the time. They can be found roaming out in the overworld, but you can't catch them. Instead, you can interact with them to earn a random number of coins between 1 and 200. Those numbers are boosted up when fighting these chested forms, which grant between 30 and 777 coins. These may appear like just another Pokemon crafting component, but they're actually needed to evolve Gimmighoul into Gholdengo, one of the stranger designs in Generation 9. You need 999 coins to make this evolution take place, which means you'll have to grind for it. Doing so is worth it though, because Gholdengo is an incredibly strong Pokemon, especially considering it's a piece of string cheese. And oh yeah, there is one more, Cyclizar, a design I really like, both for its aesthetics, but also how it relates to Koraidon and Miraidon, but more on that much later. Alright, with that out of the way, let's press onwards towards the Team Star base. Mela's Shadar squad serves as our true introduction to Operation Starfall. Back in Mesagoza, a mysterious hacker implored us to help defeat Team Star in a mission called Operation Starfall. To defeat the antagonists of this game, we'll have to take down their 5 bases of operations. This means beating a guard outside, completing a star barrage, and then defeating the squad leader. In this introduction to the storyline, we are contacted by that hacker once more, Cassiopeia, who outlines what we must do. Soon, a gentleman calling himself Clive, who's definitely not Director Clavel, shows up to aid us. Okay, it's obviously him. The game even spoils it almost immediately, which I hate. Believe it or not, at first, I didn't recognize that this was Clavel. And when they mentioned it, I was like, oh, well, there goes the surprise. Oh well. When it comes to how star bases play out, each will be the same. So I don't want to front load all my talking points during this first one. So for now, let's focus on a small but subtle way of informing the player of if they're ready to take on this challenge or not. Outside of each base is an NPC who you must defeat to enter. This one has a level 25 Houndour, which lets the player know, hey, if you're severely under this level, now probably isn't a good time to attempt this challenge. 6 Pokemon will be able to defeat this Houndour as long as they are relatively close in level, so you aren't stopped from entering, but instead, the game informs the decision you're about to make, and I think that's nice. Entering the star base, we beat the star barrage, more on this later, and then Mela makes her introduction. She uses two Pokemon, Torkoal and Revavroom. That's right, the giant vehicle she rides upon is a Pokemon. Well, at least the motor is, as we will come to see. I love how Gamefreak and Nintendo revealed this Pokemon in a trailer without actually outright introducing it. They did this for a few Pokemon, and it was a really cool touch. The battle itself is more challenging than you might expect, and that's probably because, believe it or not, Mela is not the boss you're intended to do first. Giacomo's base in the west is actually the first intended star base, as he only has a level 21 Pawniard accompanying his level 21 Revavroom. Meanwhile, Mela's Torkoal is level 27, and her Revavroom is level 26. I honestly think they should have kept Mela in this location and made her the final intended star base. I think it'd be cool to walk in here early and just get dunked on by her. That would form a rivalry and encourage the player to come back later to get revenge. Instead, you can defeat her relatively easily so long as you've done most of the trainer battles so far. Upon beating her, we're shown a cutscene where the 5 head honchos of Team Star discuss their upcoming plans. They allude to a big event at the Academy called Operation Star, which it appears they will use the newly created vehicles to do, well, something. Apparently, Mela got a bunch of Charcadets to evolve to power up the vehicles. Lord knows where she got all that malicious armor, but whatever. This cutscene begins to develop this storyline while giving us a glimpse at the other leaders. Afterwards, Clive reunites Mela with Charcadet, which makes her happy. She gives you her badge, and Cassiopeia contacts you to thank you. She has a moment where she quietly laments Mela's downfall. That, paired with her earlier statement about how she used to be involved in Team Star, pretty much spoils the whole thing immediately. I don't know why Game Freak tries to do this subtle foreshadowing with their writing. It's often transparent and ends up leaving later reveals with no punch. Then Cassiopeia, I mean Penny, shows up to give us our reward. More resources for the TM machine, along with new TMs before departing. And with that, we've finished our first starbase. Venturing back out into the open world, we come across some more new Pokemon. First up is Tadbulb, an electric tadpole that reminds me of Timpole. This design is rather simple, but an electric type will be nice to have for a while. And there's also the Tinkatink line, comprised of it, this here, Tinkatuff, and of course, Tinkaton. This one seems to be pretty hit or miss for a lot of folks, and I find myself on the side of miss. It's just too much of a humanoid for me, especially since it carries around something as man-made as a giant hammer. It feels too artificial to me. But I do love the memes about how it hunts Corviknights. Those are pretty funny. For having 2 evolutions, Tinkaton is pretty underpowered and really needed an ability like Huge Power to make it viable. Its typing is really nice too, making it feel like a competitive waste. It's not even like Tinkatink is a baby Pokemon, as its base stat total is at 297, significantly higher than other baby Pokemon like Azurill or Igglybuff. I just wanted more for this Pokemon to make it just a little bit better. But in the end, it ends up looking like Mawwile's girlfriend. While we're out here, let's talk about the UI design in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. In some ways, it feels like things have been streamlined, while other elements hold it back from being great. In terms of the battle menus, I love it. I think everything looks transparent, and I love the rounded off squares used for most of the background shapes. I thought this from the very first trailer, and I still feel that way now. In terms of the pause menu, we have a significant change from previous mainline Pokemon games. Instead of sectioning off your party Pokemon into their own menu, they are displayed right there as soon as you pull it up, which is a nice shortcut. The inclusion of an auto heal function is also amazing, as you can quickly offset any damage you take after a battle, and since you find so many healing items in the open world, this button works almost all the time, which is convenient. However, for as great as this feature is, It's mind-boggling that it hasn't been programmed to revive fainted Pokemon or heal status conditions. To do those, you still have to go into the bag, fiddle around until you find the right item, and then use one on a Pokemon. I'm not sure if this was an oversight, but it seems to me it should have been included as well. You could argue players may not want to waste something like a max revive or a full heal and instead use them at specific times, and they can't be sure what items the auto heal will draw from, and so that's why they didn't include it. To me though, it seems like a weak excuse. You're given so much money that you can certainly afford some extra revives and healing items, and it just would have been that much more convenient. The bag menu itself remains largely unchanged, save for a few new additions like a pouch for picnic ingredients. It's fine. The map, on the other hand, is a bit frustrating. So often you'll launch it only for it to be spun in some weird direction, either going left or right or up or down, and it just is never how it should be. The orientation of the map should always default to the same pose, with north, south, east, and west all being true. From there, the player should be able to rotate it how they need. I'm not sure exactly why it rotates sometimes and other times not, but it is super annoying when you're trying to get your bearings, especially on a first playthrough. It also feels like the player should be able to zoom out a bit more on the map without it switching to this less precise version that's littered with the 18 badge icons. In all honesty, the map is a disaster and needs a ton of work. As for the Pokédex, well, I like that, I really do. There's a lot more button inputs required to get where you want to be, but I think the aesthetic of it makes up for that. I love the bookshelf idea, where each entry is its own encyclopedia, complete with a cool cover showing off the Pokemon while it poses. It's an interesting take on something we've seen so many times before. I just wish the Pokemon's models could already be loaded in when I open up an entry. Damn, this game is busted. On our way to Levincia, home of our next gym badge, I ran into another new Pokemon, Watchroll, an electric and flying type. I used one of these in my first playthrough of Scarlet, and it's been equated to as the Pidgey of the region. In previous videos, I mentioned how I was tired of these tropes, and I'm glad to see some change here. This one isn't found on the opening route of the game, as it instead is more likely to appear when closer to water, such as at the beach locations. At first, this led me to believe it was based on a seagull. Certainly the evolution looks like one, a giant one at that, but that's actually wrong. Both forms are based on the storm petrel, a type of bird who lives close to the sea. It's often said that the sight of these birds signals the arrival of bad weather at sea. So it's another inspired design, and that's cool. It's just nice to see them doing something a bit different with their tropes. And I'm saying that because I want them to hear that compliment and take it further. Do things differently next time, change it up, please. I figured it would be best to do a couple of trainer battles before our next gym challenge, so I sought out a few competitors. I'll take a second here to give Gamefreak a bit of credit, as I really do appreciate the extra texture work that's been done on some of the Pokemon. The metallic reflective property of a Magnemite, the scaled rigidity of Cyclizar, and the fur on Tauros will all catch the player's eye. So, a tiny round of applause for that. What I really wanted to talk about here though was the painfully slow speed at which battles go by. Temtem released last year, and while it never truly challenged Pokemon in any significant ways, it made changes to the Pokemon formula that Gamefreak would be wise to take note of. The speed at which battles moved really stood out, as everything from switching out monsters, to leveling up, to learning new moves, to stat changes and status ailments, all of it is done in a streamlined manner, speeding up the experience. Meanwhile, Pokemon is still content at being painfully slow. Switching out Pokemon takes a good number of seconds, which is a drag. Meanwhile, the game still insists on updating the player of every status change, item activation, weather condition, and more one at a time. It just feels like battles take much longer than they should. That, paired up with the stripping of capture mechanics found in Legends Arceus, leads to a much slower game to play, one that's fine with wasting the player's time. Levincia is a modern tech town with tons of electrical current powering its skyscrapers. It's also a port town with a lower docking station for incoming ships from other regions. Again, no city in Paldea is that impressive graphically or stylistically, but at least geographically, this one makes sense. I like this hybrid of two very distinct population centers. The city is also home to our second gym battle, and this time it's against Ayano, who doubles as a streamer. I'm not gonna lie, the pre-release trailer showing off this character was incredibly cringy and also a letdown since it didn't show us anything new. In-game, Ayano is fine, I guess. She speaks with a British accent, which is super weird considering this region is based off of Spain. More than any other character in the game, she's the best proponent for why these games need voice acting. Without any audio to bring the character to life, most of the dialogue just feels dead on arrival. My brain doesn't want to read it in the British accent, and so it just sounds like I'm butchering English when I read it to myself. Her gym test is also one of the weaker ones. I'd definitely put it in the bottom half. There's a lot of setup to get things started, as she not only explains what you have to do, but also takes a long time to introduce herself and set the stage for her stream. And then, when the gym test starts, it's a simple Where's Waldo picture. You have to find Clavel 3 different times with a trainer battle separating each picture. Regardless of whether you play Scarlet or Violet, Clavel sticks out like a sore thumb because of his either bright orange or bright purple colored shirt. I think I found him within 5 seconds of seeing each picture. It's honestly a shame. If you're gonna go for this, at least go all in and pack the picture with tons of characters, Pokemon, and environmental details to obscure him a little bit better. As it is now, it's a long setup for a short, minimal payoff. I do like Ayano's electric type team though. Electric has only one weakness, ground. They at least attempt to have her team account for this. She has 4 Pokemon, which you rarely see for a third intended gym leader, so I love that. 2 of those 4 Mons have some way to counteract ground type attacks. Watchroll is part flying type, so it's naturally immune to it, and her ace, Miss Magius, has Levitate, making it immune as well. Not to mention, Luxio has Intimidate, which can lower the strength of physical ground type moves, and Bellibolt, well, he has high HP. It's nothing amazing, but it's above average, I'd say, compared to most other Pokemon games in the last few generations. At the previous gym, I challenged you to tell me the type that's been represented the most in Pokemon gyms. The correct answer is Water type, appearing 8 different times so long as you count Cress in Generation 5. If you ignore the Striaton City Gym's 3 different leaders, then the Water typing would be tied with the Electric typing at 7 appearances. Here's a full breakdown of the gyms in a pie-shaped graph if you are curious. You can pause the video to check it out in more detail. I really would have liked Paldea to utilize some of the more underrepresented types for gym battles, such as Dark, Poison, and Steel. There really was no reason not to do so, considering Paldea has some sort of NPC encounter for all 18 types. At least I'm pretty sure they hit all 18. Whether it's a gym, Team Starbase, or a Titan Pokemon. I just feel like an opportunity was missed, that's all I'm saying. So, Generation 10, 8 gyms, here they come. Poison, Dark, Steel, Flying, Dragon, Normal, Fairy, and Ground. And make that Dragon type first. Make it happen, Gamefreak. We're tired of Water, Electric, Grass, Rock, and Fire in every single generation. Please, switch it up. But with Ayano defeated, we claim our second gym badge and press on further north. We're now entering my least favorite area in Paldea. More on that in a moment. First, we're flooded with a bunch of new Pokemon, only one of which stands out for being introduced in this generation. Meet Bramblin, a ghost and grass type that's based on Tumbleweed. You know, that thing that rolls in front of cowboys right before they duel in Western movies. Perhaps the most notable thing about this Pokemon is that it's one of 3 new inclusions that evolves using the Let's Go feature. To evolve Bramblin, Relor, and the Abomination Palmo, you have to make them walk alongside of you for 1,000 concurrent steps, and then level them up. The sensitivity of the Let's Go feature can make this a pain, but players have discovered some easy workarounds, such as achieving the necessary steps in a town. I find it to be an annoying way to evolve a Pokemon, but it's by no means the most troublesome in the game. However, this makes for a good jumping off point for discussing the new Let's Go mechanics. In many ways, Scarlet and Violet look to combine many features, or at least the spirit of features, from previous Pokemon games. There's of course the inclusion of Titan Pokemon that are an homage to Alola's Totem Pokemon, and Let's Go feels like a callback to the recent Kanto remakes. In Scarlet and Violet, you can call the first Pokemon in your party out of their Pokeball to follow you around. Having them accompany you isn't anything new, however, the features piled on top of it are. For example, Pokemon can now discover items on their own, rewarding you simply for traveling alongside a companion. More notable though is the auto battle feature. Pokemon in Let's Go mode are capable of automatically battling against wild Pokemon, rewarding you with party experience like any other encounter would without having to take the time to enter battle. This was a smart inclusion given that trainer battles are completely optional. It seems there should be more to say about that, but I got nothing. It's a huge switch up for the series, but it ends up working here. I mean, not every player will want to explore every inch of Paldea, especially since they aren't often rewarded for doing so. This means they may miss out on many trainer battles found in optional parts of the game. By allowing Pokemon to auto-battle, trainers can earn back some of that experience lost by not battling every trainer. So it's a smart inclusion. The battles result with either you winning or your Pokemon retreating back to you. It appears this is largely based off of levels and typings and not necessarily the moveset of each creature. If you have an underleveled Pokemon or commit to a bad type matchup, your Pokemon will often retreat back to you after absorbing around half their health in damage. It's a decent way of maintaining the competitiveness of a battle and ensuring that you can't just auto-battle your way to wins against much more competent wild Pokemon. It was also smart for Gamefreak to ensure that Let's Go Pokemon won't auto-battle against shiny Pokemon or wild Pokemon with different Terra types. And thank goodness for that, because can you imagine sending out one of your Pokemon into an auto battle and it just goes off and kills a shiny? Like, damn, I feel like I have to release you immediately just for that. The only real complaint about the Let's Go feature is that it's very finicky to control. Sometimes Pokemon will simply refuse to follow you or move so slowly that they get recalled to their Pokeball. This has got to be annoying for those trying to evolve using those 1,000 steps. On top of that, sometimes you'll send out your Pokemon to fight a wild one, but they end up locking onto another instead, sometimes giving you a disadvantage and forcing a retreat in the process. Now, you can manually lock on, but this too feels really awkward and isn't as responsive as it should be. The animations also look pretty stiff visually, which makes this mode feel lesser. Overall, it's a good starting point that I hope is expanded on in future Pokemon games. As we press on through this large open mining area, we encounter another new Pokemon, Varoom. We've already seen its evolution, Revaroom, while battling Mela, so I won't harp on it too much. It's a Poison Steel type that has a hard-hitting attack stat upon evolution. It's another one of those Pokemon that is kinda take it or leave it for me. It's fine, another inanimate object come to life in an interesting way. We're getting close to the next Titan encounter, but before we get there, I want to comment further on why I really loathe this area of the map. First and foremost, the brown color palette is extremely dull to look at, and the only thing breaking it up is gray scaffolding, leading to a very plain aesthetic. On top of that, the area is very vertical. Now, this is normally a good thing in open world games. Getting players to ask, what's up there? What's down there? And what's in there? Are also potential motivators to get them to check out something new. However, this ties back into what I talked about earlier. There's very little to uncover in Paldea's open world. There aren't side quests, unique NPCs, or anything of the like to find. Often, nooks and crannies simply contain one extra item or the same Pokemon you can find on the main path. There's very little incentive to explore, and that's fine for wide open spaces like the grassy plains or the waters of Paldea's giant lake to the west. When you can see everything in front of you, those motivational questions don't pop into your mind. However, here they do, and when you follow up on those questions by going down into a pit or exploring inside a mineshaft, you're often left disappointed. There's very rarely anything new to find. The only thing of note I can mention is this one cave that had a Salandit in it, which I didn't see anywhere else. And of course, sometimes you'll encounter like special battles with Pokemon that have different Terra types, but you can find those on the main path too. Everything else I explored in this area was just dead ends or repeats of stuff I've already encountered. And when the player's exploration isn't rewarded, it leads them to beeline the main path, negating the whole point of having an open world. This lack of meaningful adventure paired up with the sheer size and boring color palette make this area a slog to get through each and every time. And that's why it's my least favorite area in Paldea. A little further ahead, we come face to face with Orthworm, the lurking steel titan. This battle plays out much like the one with Cloth. We lower its health, it runs away, we track it down, and then take it down alongside of Arven. A cutscene starts up after this. The mossy cave shimmers through the glowing light of the Herba Mystica as we approach. Anyway, Arven makes us another sandwich. Miraidon eats it, gains the ability to Mega Jump, and then we get some new content. Arven stops Miraidon from eating another sandwich and reveals it's for his partner Pokemon, Mabosstiff. His friend here was injured long ago, and no conventional medicine seems capable of healing him. Arven had lost hope until he found a book in his father's lab explaining the existence of Herba Mystica. It was found deep within the Great Crater of Paldea and cultivated in other parts of the world. Unfortunately, before the scientists could gather the plants, they were consumed by Pokemon, growing them to humongous proportions. These Titan Pokemon then protected the Herba Mystica. Arven has recruited us to defeat the Titans so that he can gain access to the plants that may save Mabosstiff's life. We even get a small victory moment where the frail dog is able to open its eyes, giving Arven resolve to press onward. That concludes this Titan encounter, and I like the bit of story here. It furthers Arven's character development while also building on the mystery of what awaits in Area 0. As for Orthworm itself, it's an interesting design, not one I'm too privy towards, but it's fine. It gives me Phalanx vibes, but in steel form. It's cool that its new ability, Earth Eater, will offset any ground type moves, which would be super effective against it, making it only weak to fire. More interesting to me though is that Orthworm is another Pokemon that's single stage, meaning it doesn't evolve and also hasn't evolved. Excluding legendaries, it's one of 9 new Pokemon introduced in Generation 9 to only have one stage. It got me thinking about Gamefreak's usage of non-evolving Pokemon. Now, obviously, many Pokemon have gotten new evolutions through what's commonly referred to as cross-generation evolutions. Take Scyther for example. It's received evolutions into Scizor and Cleaver. Meanwhile, other single-stage Pokemon have received other forms, like Mega Evolutions for Kangaskhan and Heracross. Still, if you look at Pokemon that didn't have a pre-evolution or evolution at the time of their reveal, there's some interesting observations. Gamefreak's first 3 generations included a lot of single-stage Mons. 20 in each of the first 3 generations. Again, legendaries not even included. This made up 13% in red and blue, 20% in gold and silver, and 15% in ruby and sapphire. After that though, the numbers dipped, with no other generation ever reaching 10% again, save for Generation 7, which was an outlier. Alola had 15% of its Pokemon as single-stage creatures. The lowest percentage comes in Generation 4 with Diamond and Pearl, as only 4% of the new Pokemon there were single-stage evolutions. And if you're curious, Paldea's is 8%. Anyway, these numbers aside, single stagers have always had an interesting role to play in Pokemon games. So often they go ignored by players during team building for any casual playthrough. I think the reason for that is because how integral evolution is to the series and how rewarding it is to see a Pokemon evolve. That form change is so much more satisfying than seeing the numbers go up. And that's because Pokemon has always emphasized the relationship between a trainer and its Pokemon far more than the numbers lying under the hood, at least for casual players. But those numbers are interesting nonetheless. Many no evolution or single stage Pokemon dominate in the early game while being power crept out in the late game. That's because their higher base stats edge out first stage Pokemon most of the time, allowing them to dominate at early gyms, but as other Pokemon evolve and get huge boosts to their base stats, these single stagers can't keep up. They never get that big base stat increase, which allows for other Pokemon, particularly those that evolve twice, to ascend past them. It's just an interesting observation that I noticed while playing through this area. Pushing onward, we leave the arid desert region and enter the Tag Tree Thicket. This is one of the most egregious biome transitions in the entire game, as the difference between these two areas is day and night with zero blending. This dense forest is home to Atticus and his poison-type wing of Team Star. Upon entering, we're thrust into a cutscene with Clive, who gives us a bit more background about Team Star. He says most of their members haven't attended a day of school in over a year, not since an incident rumored to center around bullying. He tells us he wants more information, and that's why he's joined up with Operation Starfall. Outside of the base, we find a student who desperately wants to get in to talk to the squad boss, Atticus. As we show up, he challenges us to a battle, hoping to stop us so that he can get an audience with the leader. After defeating him, we enter the squad base for the Star Barrage. This mode lasts for 10 minutes and requires the player to defeat 30 different Pokemon in a row using only the first 3 creatures in their party. These fights are done in auto battles, meaning all you have to do is point and press a button. So long as you've brought strong Pokemon or ones with type advantages, you'll be fine. Funny enough, I actually struggled a bit more here and had to use the healing feature a few times to overcome the required threshold. I didn't have a ground or psychic type to put up front, and my electric, fighting, and fire type did take some damage without advantageous type matchups to back them up. Regardless though, this didn't make it more challenging, it simply required me to heal half a dozen times instead of the normal 0 to 1 times. This Star Barrage feature is pretty hit or miss for me. I like the idea of going into a base and raiding it by defeating a bunch of trainers in quick succession without being bogged down by slow-moving battles. However, it comes at the cost of involvement, as there really isn't much for you to do. All the strategic course comes before you enter the base as you pick the 3 Pokemon. After that, you just point and press. I'm not sure what could have been done to spice this up a bit, but as it is now, it's merely okay. My battle with Atticus was the most exhilarating fight I've had yet in this playthrough. Without a super effective stab ground or psychic type move to wipe the floor with his team, I had to rely more on strategy and items, which was a nice change. Atticus has 4 Pokemon, Reverum, Muck, Skuntank, and another Reverum as his squad car. Each of them was 1 to 2 levels above my team and had some powerful things to contend with, like poison moves, toxic status ailments, and poison spikes. There was a lot to account for in this fight, and it really tested my planning abilities. In the end, he took out a lot of my team, but by using revives, super potions, and a few priority moves, I was just barely able to squeak out a win. Pokemon is at its best when it can provide fights like this, but unfortunately, each game can only offer a handful. With his defeat, Atticus surrenders his base and badge to us. We see another flashback showing that Atticus was in charge of designing the team's costumes. For some reason, he has a British accent too, despite cosplaying as a ninja. That was always strange to me. I mean, he talks like a knight, so what the hell, why is he dressed up like a ninja? Anyway, the cutscene continues to build on how Team Star were a bunch of bully victims, and how Operation Star was their hope to fight back. With that, the cutscene ends and another plays, as Atticus is reminded he still has friends back at the academy. Essentially, we're starting to see that Team Star might not be so evil after all. From here, we're allowed to explore the Tag Tree Thicket a bit more, but there isn't much to find here. It's a closed-off portion of the map, and without the ability to climb, you can't get over the cliff sides that are home to the final Team Star base. We can find Grafaiai here, the evolved form of Shrootle. I really do like the design of this II-inspired Pokemon, but I won't be using one for this playthrough. However, we can find the other regional fake introduced in Generation 9, Toedscool. I mentioned towards the beginning of this video that despite their appearance, regional fakes aren't as lazy as it first appears. That's because regional fakes are more than just reskins. If that was the case, Toedscool would be another jellyfish, but instead it's based on a mushroom, more specifically the woodier mushroom, or Kikurage in Japanese, which translates to tree jellyfish. That's the link. Gamefreak has taken two comparable things, the jellyfish and this set of mushrooms, and used it to create a reimagined version of Tentacool. As for Wiglet, it's an eel, while Diglett is a mole. Both creatures act similarly in nature despite their vastly different living conditions, by hiding away in holes. So yeah, it's just an interesting way of reimagining old Pokemon without it being restricted to a particular region. For example, you'd be hard-pressed to explain how, like, an Alolan Rattata ended up in Paldea's wildlands. But if Wiglet and Toedscool were to show up in the next set of games, that wouldn't seem strange at all, given that they are completely different lines. It appears then that regional fakes give Gamefreak a lot more freedom to bring back some of these Pokemon in future games. It's also interesting to note that the regional fakes found here would all be superior in matchups versus their original counterparts. Wiglet and Wugtrio's water-type moves could outduel Diglett and Dugtrio's ground assault, while the same can be said for Toedscool and Toedscruel against Tentacool and Tentacruel. I'm just surprised Gamefreak didn't include a few more of these regional fakes here in Generation 9. Again, they've already come close with the likes of Cloth and Krabby, but oh well. It's certainly an idea to keep an eye out for in future games. For now, I really like the idea of regional fakes, as it makes it seem like both set of Pokemon were closely linked to each other. Like perhaps many centuries ago, Toedscool and Tentacool were one and the same, but changes in environment or biology sent them down two radically different evolutionary paths. And in a game that emphasizes time more than any other entry in the series, it was smart to include it for the first time here. Moving towards the north, we can find the town of Zapapico, but you won't find much here. There's no gym, and since buildings don't have interiors, you're fine to breeze right past it. There is just one thing of note in this entire town. You can trade this NPC 10 Sinistea or Bronzor crafting components, depending on the version you're playing, to receive the item that evolves Charcadet. So, yeah, that's cool, I guess. I decided to push on a little farther north and ran into some new Pokemon, including Citadel and Flittle. Yes, there's a Scovillain right there, but let's ignore that for now. Citadel and its evolution Cititan were very tempting for me to use, but ultimately, I don't think I will. I love the high HP stat on the evolution, and it would be the first time I use an Ice type in one of these videos, but sadly, I'll pass. That's because to evolve Citadel, you have to expose it to an Ice Stone, which can only be found by sheer luck in Glacido Mountain. Unlike the other evolutionary stones that can be bought at shops, you just have to stumble into this one, and I think that's so stupid. Sure, there are some guaranteed ways to get one, but I just don't understand why this one particular stone is excluded from shops. I don't get that. The other new Pokemon I stumbled into here was Flittle, a little tutu thingy that has a terrible name. However, I love the design of its evolution, and so I decided to catch one. I used it in a few fights, hoping for a quick evolution. I got one, just not the one I was hoping for. Toedscool evolved into Toedscruel, which is a nice upgrade. As for Flittle here, well, I was in for a surprise. I tried using it to battle this fire form Paldean Tauros, but was shocked when it wouldn't listen to my orders. It was at this moment I realized that I was getting into an area I wasn't ready for yet. So with that, I decided to backtrack to Artisan to hunt down a lower level Flittle before returning to Mesagoza to venture out west. After accidentally sending two to meet their maker Arceus, I was able to find a Flittle who could withstand a few hits. I caught it and am nicknaming it Cleonectra because of its evolution. We'll see it soon enough. I must admit that this whole southern area 4 and 5 are pretty fun to explore, with a lot of cool Pokemon just roaming around, like Leafeon and Dreepy. Again, exploration is nothing special in this game, but sometimes it's not bad. I can't help but to wonder what percentage of players missed out on exploring these spaces as they instead forged on towards map marker objectives. There aren't really any down here, so I'm sure many folks missed out on seeing this part of the map in full. There's tons of grassy plains to explore, but also a swampy area and a beach full of water and flying type Pokemon, along with a few other highlights. In particular, one small thing that I really love about Paldea is the number of dragon type Pokemon from previous generations just wandering about. Normally, these were reserved for the endgame in other titles, but you can find them fairly early here. Like, that's awesome. I've seen Axew, I've seen Dreepy, it's awesome that these are available so early, and I hope players take advantage of that. But besides that, I'm not going to spend too much time down here, so let's keep moving forward. But if you haven't checked out this area, you should. It's about time we start exploring the other half of the map. So it's back to Mesagoza. Before departing though, it seems like now is a good time to pop back in to Uva Academy to see what's there. Gamefreak really went all in on the idea of trainer school in this generation, as there's probably about 2 to 3 hours of content to complete just here. Of course, if you're an experienced trainer, much of the classwork might be a waste of time, but you can get some interesting tidbits of lore. It's crazy that most players will probably miss out on all of this, as there's really nothing luring you back into the school once the treasure hunt begins. But let's see what we got here. There's 7 different classes you can take at school: Math, History, Battle Studies, Language, Biology, Home Ec, and Art. Each of these has 6 different lessons to be completed, with accompanying midterms and final exams to really emphasize that feeling of being in a classroom. Now, you can't access all 42 lessons from the very beginning, as instead, new lessons unlock after defeating gyms. When I arrived here, I had 14 lessons I could take, 2 from each subject, and that alone took 30 minutes to complete. I think segmenting the lessons ended up being the right choice. It may make more sense to have it all unlocked at the start for series newcomers, but really, there isn't anything told to you here that you can't figure out simply from playing the game. Experience ends up being a more impactful and fun lesson than sitting through class. So for those who really want to roleplay, the segmented lessons encourages them to come back and sit through a handful of each after each major encounter in the overworld. As for the lessons themselves, they are fine. Some provide useful information to new players, such as breaking down the different categories of attacks, physical versus special, as well as discussions on type advantages and a few other helpful hints. Hell, even I learned something about how the cheering mechanic works in Terra raid battles, so that was cool. Even classes like Home Ec and Art that may not have seemingly anything to do with Pokemon are tied back into this world, such as Hassel's discussion on the Terra Jewel found on Terrastalized Pokemon. The only class that seems to struggle in tying into the game world is Language, but it could pick up in later lessons. Again, I'm only basing these thoughts on the first 2 lessons from each class. On a final note, perhaps the most interesting class you can take is History with Ryfort. She talks about some of the lore of Paldea, including how 2,000 years ago it was ruled by a dictator. That's wild for the Pokemon universe. These tidbits alone make me want to see this lineage of classes through to the end. Of course, there's even more to do at the Academy. After completing a certain number of lessons, players can interact with their teachers outside of the lesson structure. In these encounters, trainers will help the teachers through a particular problem they're facing to earn a reward, some of which are pretty cool, like getting a Galarian Meowth. More interesting though, is how these interactions remind me of social links from the Persona series. You have to periodically check in on them to advance their story, until you've completed enough of them to reach the max friendship rank with that character. Now, it's not nearly as involved as Persona, and it comes without the time restraint of that series, but it is interesting. You know how the wild area was basically a test to see if they could pull off a giant open area to prepare for building an open world game like this one? It makes me wonder if this feature is a test for something that will be more fleshed out in Generation 10. I think that would be awesome if you had characters that you could spend time with to advance their stories. I want that. I've been saying this for a long time now, so here's hoping. So, all in all, it's astounding how much content is packed into the Academy. Regardless of its quality, it's just sitting here waiting to be experienced, while remaining completely optional. It's been a while since our major choice on which direction to head out of Mesagoza in, but now we're about to spend some time heading the other direction, out west. Because I've spent a lot of time clearing out stuff in the east, my team is pretty over-leveled for this area. The Pokemon under level 20 can't really stand up to my team at all, whether it's wild encounters or with trainers. The question of would the world level scale alongside of you was one that many players had leading up to the game's release. Because we were free to tackle gyms in any order and go anywhere we want at any time, how would Gamefreak address the issue of over-leveling? Well, in short, they chose not to. And to be fair, despite the issues it creates, I think this was a wise choice, especially considering their time restraints. If the world scaled alongside of the player, both wild and trainer battles could get troublesome quickly. For example, this Kricketot would be around level 30 to match my team, meaning I'd have to level it up just once for it to evolve, which kind of undercuts Pokemon's stance on growing stronger alongside your Pokemon. It's too much of a shortcut. Also, if the world levels with you, it would be impossible to go back and find lower level Pokemon to train them up if that's what you wanted to do. For example, earlier, when I needed a lower level Flittle that would listen to me, I'd be out of luck. You could argue that players could swap out their stronger Pokemon with weaker ones kept in the box, but with how fast you earn experience, they would catch up quickly. It doesn't solve the problem. And going even further, trainer battles would be a wreck. You'd be facing level 30 Palmies if you brought stronger Pokemon to an early game area. Even worse would be facing like level 10 fully evolved Pokemon in late game areas if you brought weaker Pokemon with you. The whole thing is a logistics nightmare, so I do think Game Freak made the best choice when they decided not to level scale the world alongside the player's power. With that being said, this approach does come with consequences, and it's very apparent here. There's no real reason for me to stop and engage with most of this dry vineyard area, because I'll easily clobber any trainers in my path, and the experience is so little compared to the time invested. It's better for me to just breeze right past it. You could argue that trainers are still encouraged to spend time here to catch some Pokemon they haven't seen yet. That's honestly the biggest reason for chilling in lower level areas like this for a bit, and that's a fair point, but it can be a bit of a hassle for your higher level team to chip into the health bars of wild Pokemon without causing them to faint. This, alongside with the meaningless and often unrewarded exploration, means that it's very easy for trainers to just brush this area off and blast right through it, which is exactly what I did. The more playthroughs a player does of this game, the more likely it is to happen, especially after you've seen every area in the game following your first full run. Overall, I think this was an example of Game Freak choosing the lesser of two evils. They banked on exploration and catching Pokemon to keep players in these weaker areas for longer, and I'll admit for many that will work as they experience the game for the first time. Speaking of catching Pokemon, there are some new ones here to share thoughts on. First up is Smoliv, one of my favorite designs from this generation despite the simplicity. It evolves twice into Dolive and then Arboliva, who is one of my favorites. It's literally just an olive branch that hardly moves. Get it? It's peaceful, which is what the olive branch is a symbol for. Peace. I don't know why, but I find that so satisfying, especially because when it does move, it does this little twirl, like, yeah, go off, queen. It has a lot of weaknesses which undercuts its decent stats, but it really helped me to defeat the final main battle in my Scarlet playthrough thanks to its Leech Seed move. I mean, between leftovers, its ability called Seed Sower, which creates grassy terrain for 5 moves, and Leech Seed, you're pretty much set up and ready to go. Next up is Maschiff, the pre-evolution of Mabalstiff, which we saw earlier. This Dark-type Pokemon is one of 3 dog lines introduced in this generation, alongside of Fido and Greavard, which we haven't seen yet. This design is a bit below average for me, same with the evolution, but I can't help but feel an opportunity was missed here. Fido is Fairy type, making it strong against Maschiff. Maschiff is strong against Greavard's Ghost typing, but that Ghost typing isn't strong against Fairy. I would have liked to see one be Fighting type, one be Psychic, and one be Dark type to create a super effective triangle against one another, but oh well. Another new encounter here would be Capsakid, a grass type that evolves into Scovillain, which is the very first fire and grass type Pokemon. Much like Palmot, I can't help but to feel they wasted an insanely cool new type combination on a very weak design. I get it, one of the 2 heads is a green pepper for grass type, while the other is a spicy red pepper for the fire type. I just don't understand its facial structure that makes it look like part dinosaur or something. I just feel it doesn't come together very well, so I'll have to pass despite how long I've wanted to use a fire and grass type. Finally, we encounter Mankey on this route as well. It's one of 5 Pokemon that received a cross-generation evolution here in Scarlet and Violet. Annihilape, a fighting and ghost type, is the evolved form of Primeape, and it evolves after using the move Rage Fist 20 times and then leveling up. Of the 5 new ones, this is the coolest design to me. I don't really get why Primeape died and became a ghost type, but I'll take it, this thing is just sick looking. Speaking of cross-gen evos, now seems like a good time to discuss the other 4 since we're on the subject. Farigiraf is the evolved form of Girafarig, a Gen 2 normal and psychic type that was in major need of support. It's still not that competitively viable, but I do like the design. It truly does take on that giraffe appearance now, much more than Girafarig ever did. There's also Clodsire, a poison and ground type that evolves from Paldean Wooper. Quagsire was always one of my favorite Pokemon to use in competitive battling, and I can't wait to see how this thing fares. The design is kind of mid for me, but I like its potential usage. King Gambit is an evolution of B-Sharp. A fun fact about me, by the way, I was on the chess team in high school. We even won a state championship my junior year. As a result, I've always had a fondness for this line of Pokemon. This thing is pretty sweet, and its ability, Supreme Overlord, makes it so each of its attacks does 10% extra damage for every fainted Pokemon in the party. Stab-boosted super effective Sucker Punch was already strong. Add an extra 50% boost on it? Wow, that's huge. And finally, there's the Heartbreaker, Dunsparce, the evolved form of Dunsparce. For years, fans of the series have clamored for this Pokemon to get some love, with tons of potential evolution fan art found all over the internet. Well, Gamefreak finally gave us what we wanted, and they trolled the shit out of us. They gave Dunsparce a few extra segments on its body, 2 in most cases, and rarely 3. It gained an extra 110 base stat points, which was nice, but what fans really wanted here was an amazing design and a type change to boot. We got none of that, and honestly, I'm a bit salty about it. With that being said, I do want to give Gamefreak a bit of credit here. We've gotten a few cross-generation evolutions in nearly every set of games, especially here lately. Some of the evolution methods, such as getting Runerigus in Sword and Shield, were extremely convoluted and hard to bring into the new games. As a result, many of these exciting new Pokemon go to the wayside after the release of newer generations. Pokemon like Runerigus, as well as others like Cleaver, Overquill, and Sirfetch'd, aren't attainable in Scarlet and Violet, and it sucks, it really does. I've come to accept Dexit as a necessary reality, but it sucks when many of these new Pokemon become irrelevant after a single generation. But here's where the credit comes, hopefully that's changed with Scarlet and Violet, and it very well may have. 3 of the new 5 cross-gen Evos are attained by leveling up after knowing or using a certain move a handful of times. That's a very easy way to ensure that Annihilape, Dunsparce, and Farigiraf can be brought into newer titles without much of a headache. And I hope to see that happen, as it sucks when a Pokemon is lost in time or stuck in a Pokemon bank to rot away forever. I mean, just look at how many Pokemon haven't been transferable to Generation 8 or 9. It's staggering. These Pokemon haven't been readily available since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and that was released 6 years ago. Yikes. As we press on upwards, we find ourselves getting closer to the next Titan Pokemon. As I moved around this area a bit, I couldn't help but to be disappointed as I noticed how little Pokemon do in the overworld. Since Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, we've seen wild Pokemon appear in the overworld, but this feature hasn't been built on much in the game's release since. Pokemon are content with just standing in the overworld, moving around a small amount without doing much at all. Some occasionally swim, sleep, or chase you, and that's all. This game, more than any of the previous, really could have used more animations for these wild creatures, such as fighting each other, eating, or just simply playing. In other words, it needs something to bring them to life more. This would have really enhanced the open world appeal of these titles, as sitting back just to observe how a Pokemon behaves would have been something many players would have enjoyed spending their time doing. Paldea, more than any other region, attempts to display Pokemon in all their natural glory, but without the legwork to bring those creatures to life, it feels half-assed. I don't want to harp on it, but it's for sure something I wanted to see from these titles, and it's disappointing that it didn't happen. As we climb up this next hill, we can see giant boulders rolling down towards us. This is one of the only times the game can lure you in with something happening in the world. Movement in the Paldean landscape is rare, so this will pique your interest. A closer inspection reveals a giant Pokemon dropping these rocks down, and by navigating past them, we come face to face with Bombardier, the open sky titan. We're pretty over-leveled for this encounter, so both battles with the titan go by fast, giving way to another cutscene. The mossy cave shimmers through the glowing light of the Herba Mystica as we approach. Okay, yeah, I've used that line 3 times now in this video, but it's for good reason. Every time these post-Titan battle cutscenes play, they are nearly identical, especially in terms of the setting. Gamefreak recycled this cutscene a bunch of times, while changing up just a few things, but the first minute or so plays out the same nearly every time. It feels lazy, and if they're gonna be like that, well, so am I. Anyway, this cutscene doesn't give us any real new information. Arven feeds Mabalstiff, it barks, he's happy, and we learn that Herba Mystica made these Pokemon giant, which I'm pretty sure we've already been told. More importantly, Miraidon is now able to swim, which does expand our ability to explore just a bit more. While we're here, we might as well cover Bombardier in a bit more depth. I really like the design of this Pokemon. It clearly pays homage to the common fib that babies are delivered to homes by storks carrying them in a blanket. Instead of a precious baby boy though, Bombardier will instead drop a rock on your head. It's kind of funny, and if it was more powerful, I'd be glad to use this flying and dark type. Speaking of types, Bombardier is kind of fascinating because of its new signature ability, Rocky Payload. This hidden ability increases the attack of all rock-type moves by 50%, meaning that this Pokemon can hit with 3 different stab-boosted moves, Flying, Dark, and Rock. On top of that, you can give it a different Terra type, meaning it can hit with 4 different super effective moves. I feel like it makes this Pokemon pretty undervalued on the competitive scene, but that's probably owed to its low base stats. However, slap a choice band on it, and hell, it could be a lot of fun to use. Much like the preceding area, this zone is significantly below our level. I did some light exploration, I challenged a few foes, and I decided to get a move on with things. However, I did fancy a change to my avatar's appearance, so I quickly dove into the character customization screen where players can once again dress up their avatar how they see fit. There's a few different accessories to cycle through, like gloves, glasses, shoes, and backpacks, with more being available for purchase at shops. One thing I do like though is the 4 seasonal outfits. I decided to equip the autumn look for now, which adds a vest for a little extra warmth. I'm glad customization returns in Scarlet and Violet, and I'm even alright with them forcing you to keep your school uniform on since it ties into the story so directly. Again, you can customize it a bit, so nothing lost. Coming up soon is another Team Star base, Giacomo's, but we're going to breeze past it for now and turn our focus towards the next gym badge. It's another small moment of player choice afforded to you by Scarlet and Violet's open world. This brings us to Casa Carafa, a luxurious oasis next to the Asado Desert. As we approach the gym, the leader, Kofu, comes scrambling out, hell-bent on getting to market. We're informed he's forgotten his wallet and we have to deliver it to him to battle him, so we set out. We're like 2 hours into this video now, and I've held it back long enough. It's time to terrastalize. This new battle gimmick is Generation 9's second biggest staple, behind the open world format. Along with Mega Evolution, Z-moves, and Dynamaxing, it's now the 4th time we've seen an idea like this introduced to shake up battles, and honestly, I think this one may be the best one yet. It's certainly not as flashy as Mega Evolution, but every Pokemon can benefit from it. Meanwhile, it shakes up battles in a much more interesting way than Dynamaxing, by changing something we've never seen messed with before. And it's better than Z-moves because, well, Z-moves suck. The core component of terrastalizing is that it changes the Pokemon's type. Every Pokemon has its normal typing, such as Fuego's fire type, but alongside of that, each Pokemon in Paldea has a Terra type. Usually, this is the same as the Pokemon's original type, or one of the two types if it has multiple ones, such as Toedscruel's Grass and Ground type. In this case, Toedscruel drops the Ground type and becomes only Grass type when it terastallizes. However, there are some Pokemon that have different Tera types that aren't normally associated to that Pokemon. For example, a wild Lechonk could have a Fire Tera typing, meaning when it terastallizes, it becomes a Fire type and drops the normal type. Pretty simple to understand, and that's the beauty of it. Anyone can utilize this mechanic, but there's so much depth, potential, and options when it comes to competitive battling. Dynamaxing Pokemon in Sword and Shield simply made them bigger, changed their moves to max moves, and gave them an HP boost. I liked it at the time, but it didn't really change up battles all that much, at least not in the way that terastallizing can. That's because terastallizing can be used strategically to throw off an opponent in both offensive and defensive ways. If your Pokemon has a glaring weakness and you get a Tera type that negates that weakness, you can utilize that to your advantage. Say your opponent has a Gimmighoul and is about to use a Ghost type move on your Flittle for super effective damage. But what they don't know is that your Flittle has a normal Tera type. By terastallizing, that super effective Ghost move becomes a no effect move. And because your opponent can't predict what you will bring, it allows for a lot more mind games to be played at the competitive level. In this way, terastallizing can act like an ace in the hole. Of course, that's just the defensive side. Terastallizing also provides offensive utility, as now, a Pokemon can change to its Tera type and afford some of its moves that same type attack bonus. If a Pokemon's type and Tera type match, the same type attack bonus, or stab, will be a 2 times multiplier instead of the normal 1.5 times multiplier. So when Toedscruel terastallizes and uses Mega Drain, it's hitting at 2 times the power instead of 1.5. This is a nice consideration so that Pokemon whose Tera type matches their original type don't lose out on the advantages afforded. Meanwhile, say a Hydreigon can now terastallize into a Fire type and use Fire Blast for 1.5 times the damage versus its base form. And when you think about the implications, it becomes wild, as now many Pokemon have the potential for 3 stab boosted moves instead of just 2. And it's relatively balanced too, because once a Pokemon terastallizes, it can't revert back until it's fainted or the battle ends. And since you're only able to use this feature once per battle, you can't spam it. To be perfectly honest, I haven't had a chance to engage with the competitive side of Generation 9. Yet. But terastallizing makes me want to get back into it for the first time since Generation 7. The possibilities are already running through my head, and I want to see what works and what doesn't. I'm away from the competitive scene for now, but I have to imagine many players are enjoying how this feature shakes up the meta by introducing these plot twists. Some Tera types are certain to dominate on particular Pokemon at the highest competitive level, but because your opponent doesn't know until you activate it, you can keep them on their toes, and vice versa. And I love that. Using a Tera type your opponent won't see coming just sounds like a blast, and I can't wait to experiment more with it. In terms of the PvE scene, terastallizing is fine. Important NPCs like Nemona and the gym leaders will terastallize their Pokemon, although Team Star surprisingly won't. The problem here is the level imbalance and the lack of intelligence that you're not going to find when you're battling a real person instead of a relatively harmless AI. NPCs in Paldea will terastallize their Pokemon because, well, the script tells them to, even if it isn't advantageous for their Pokemon. For example, in my battle with Kofu, he transforms his Crabominable from an Ice and Fighting type into a Water type, which gives Toedscruel here quite the advantage. He would have been better off staying in his base form and using an Ice-type move to beat up on my Pokemon. but he doesn't. They sacrifice on the gym leader's character by making him appear unintelligent just so that they can feature the new gimmick, and that's a little bit whack. For now, I also just want to mention that I really changed my mind on the aesthetic of the terrestrialized Pokemon. When I first saw the Terrajewel in a trailer, I thought it looked really silly. But as I got my hands on the game, I was surprised how well these crowns seem to fit on most of the Pokemon's heads. I mean, just look at terrestrialized Finizen here. It looks absolutely shining. I love that. So yeah, overall, I really like the idea of terrestrializing. I think it provides a fresh new battle mechanic that isn't overly broken or boring, while also allowing every Pokemon to partake in it. I don't think anything will ever top Mega Evolutions and the excitement factor of that, but this is a pretty damn good compromise. It's refreshing to see them play around with something that doesn't alter stats, but instead switches up types. It's something new, and I think Gamefreak should be commended for that. So yeah, I pretty much talked over this gym challenge and battle, but that's okay. Kofu is a personable gym leader who has really grown on me. I wish his team was a bit more powerful, but I do like the sandstorm that kicks into effect during the fight. It's just a little bit of world building, given how close this town is to the desert. His gym challenge, on the other hand, is just a big fetch quest, and the quick auction bit is really tacked on, but yeah. I would be remiss if I didn't note though, that Nemona challenges us to a battle and comments on how checking out the city's arena can help inform the fight you're about to have with a gym leader. And I think that's an awful message to tell trainers, as that couldn't be any more untrue. The literal field you're battling on doesn't change a thing. So I'm not sure why the game presents this like it's true or something to consider when it might trick new players. Anyway, after our battle with Kofu, we meet back up with Geeta, who tells us she's the chairwoman of the Pokemon League, and then foreshadows an eventual battle with her. Doubling back brings us to Giacomo's Starbase. We're pretty over-leveled for it now, and there really isn't any big developments to be found here. Giacomo is revealed to be the one who wrote Team Star's code of conduct, including the rule that they must give up their boss badge upon defeat. Besides some more foreshadowing, that's about it. I don't want to bore you too much with that, so instead, I'll bore you with this. When I arrived to this area, the Paldean sky was lit up with stars as nighttime had fallen. It got me thinking about the history of day-night cycles in Pokemon, and so I did a bit of research, and I'll be damned, this feature has seen a lot of iterations over the years. Generation 1 obviously had no time mechanics, but starting in Gen 2, Gamefreak took their first foray into this idea. Gold and Silver featured a day-night cycle where the player could set the time of day as well as the day of the week. The world would undergo visual changes, but many other aspects were affected by time of day. Besides the change in lighting to reflect the sun's location, there were different Pokemon spawn rates depending on the time of day, different battle themes, and even NPCs behaved differently with less people being out at night. And the biggest emphasis on this new feature? Well, they gave Eevee 2 new evolutions, Espeon and Umbreon. If it was daytime, you'd get the former, while nighttime trainers would receive the latter. And considering this released in November of 1999, it was pretty impressive. Hell, maybe those fears about Y2K weren't so unwarranted after all. Oddly enough, Gamefreak walked things back in Generation 3, as there were no aesthetic changes to symbolize day versus night. However, time still played a role. The player would set a clock at the beginning of their adventure, and this decision governed how time affected their version of Hoenn, such as, once again, how Eevee evolved, or how the tide moved in the Shoal Cave. Generation 4 would bring things roaring back though, as the DS's internet capabilities allowed it to sync the game world with the real world automatically. The day and night graphic distinctions returned, while those same features from Generation 2 made an appearance again here. Black and White really kicked this into gear though with their iteration. Day and night visuals returned, but were now enhanced. In Gen 2 and 4, morning, daytime, and night were the only categories, and the lighting changes reflected that. That changed in Generation 5, as the lighting was modulated to reflect more times of day, such as dawn, dusk, evening, mid-morning, etc. The real kick, though, was the introduction of seasons, as the world would change visually, as well as navigationally, in spring, summer, fall, and winter. That's right, some items were only available during certain times of the year, and that's wild to think about, that they actually did that. Luckily, any player could manually change their DS's settings to get it to be anytime they want, but still, it's crazy. Hell, even the way the lighting cycled was changed depending on the season. They really went all out. Generation 6 did away with the seasons, but kept the time features. Besides that, nothing crazy. Generation 7 decided to act up a bit though. Nothing too drastic, but it was cool that Pokemon Moon's time of day cycle ran 12 hours ahead of what the DS's internal storage told it. That way, players who played Pokemon Moon during the sunny daytime were more likely to experience the game's namesake. Gamefreak must have figured that most people would be playing Pokemon during the day, and they wanted their title's time cycles to reflect each game's title. I love that. Sword and Shield were weird with their handling of time. I remember in my critique, I mentioned how day and night were set around the story. Basically, all the events of that game happened canonically within like 4 days, which is absolutely insane. Galar is the size of a single American county if you can visit every town there within a few short days. Just such a bizarre choice, especially since time of day didn't really affect any events within the story. So I don't get why they chose to do that. And finally, we have Scarlet and Violet, which act independently of the Switch's set time of day. Instead, this open world rotates in a 72-minute interval, with 30 minutes being dedicated to daytime and nighttime respectively, with a 6-minute buffer period between each meant to represent dawn and dusk. Time as a mechanic seems to be mostly an afterthought in Generation 9, as Greavard is the only new Pokemon to evolve based on time of day. It has to be at least level 30 and level up at nighttime to become a Houndstone. So it seems like Pokemon has tapped out on finding new ways to incorporate times of day into their games, but to be fair, there really isn't much else to do. They went all out with it in Generation 5, and since then, it's been a bit of an afterthought. So, in short, good night Giacomo, you can sleep tight after that thrashing. With that, I figured our next play would be head to Medali for another gym battle. This region below the lake is an area I didn't explore a ton while playing Scarlet, so I decided to check it out here. I really love caves in video games, so checking out this little area was particularly rewarding, even if it is underwhelming. While out here, I also ran into a wild Knacklestack with a unique Terra type. In Paldea, trainers can encounter wild Pokemon with different Terra types than their normal type, and it's signified through this orangish glow that's really impossible to miss. It appears that most of these encounters aren't randomly generated like other Pokemon in the overworld. Instead, they were pre-made and then planted here by the developers. I say that because often these Pokemon have moves that are boosted through their unique Terra type. In this case, Knacklestack's move, Curse, took on its Ghost effect instead of its base effect, given the Pokemon's type change to Ghost type. There's many instances of this, so it just seems too particular to be random. You can find plenty of these all over Paldea, but honestly, there isn't much to say about them. You can use them for a bit of fun if you want, but for PvE, usually the different Terra types don't matter. It is nice that you can't kill them on accident, as their health will stop depleting at a certain point, giving you a chance to catch them. And that's really all there is to say about these. I never felt compelled to use one, as instead, I was more interested in creating my own unique Pokemon with different Terra types for competitive play. While playing through Scarlet version, I was worried about how trainers could find Pokemon with the exact Terra type that they were hoping for. After all, breeding the perfect Pokemon is already hard enough, and when you're trying to get a specific Terra type on it as well, things could have gotten messy. Gamefreak accounted for this by excluding it from breeding, but the way they handled it instead really isn't that player friendly. To change a Pokemon's Terra type, you first must defeat the gym we're coming up to next. Then, you have to pay an NPC 50 Terra shards of the type you want your Pokemon's Terra to become. These things are not easy to come by in the overworld, but you can earn a bunch of them through completing Terra raid dens. We'll talk about these more later, but for now, I'll say this is a tall task. Just to get one Pokemon to change its Terra type, you have to put in a lot of time and effort. It makes actually playing competitive Pokemon in the game itself such a freaking slog that I can hardly be bothered to do it anymore. I've said it once and I'll say it again, thank God for Pokemon Showdown. I'm really tired of the endgame in Pokemon titles always being grinded out affairs. Anyway, while out in the field, Crocalor finally evolved into its final form, Skeledirge. Of the final starter evolutions, this one is my favorite. It's just nice to see a big crocodile Pokemon that actually stays on all fours. More than that though, it appears to be the most Spanish-inspired final form amongst the three, and that's important given this region is based on Spain. There's so many parallels you can draw. Just a quick peek online reveals so many comparisons, my favorite of which is the myth of Cacoyana, a sinful nun who was sentenced to live a life of solitude. After many years, she grew scales and took a crocodile-like figure, and upon her death, she haunted the Onyar River and the fishermen who used it. This is just one of many possible sources of inspiration for Skeledirge, and it's so much more cultured than Meowscarada and Quaquaval. Wow, that name's a tongue twister. Anyway, I love Skeledirge. The other new Pokemon I encountered out here was Greavard, a creature I mentioned earlier, and one I would have used if Skeledirge wasn't already part Ghost type. I just like the idea of this little candle luring you in, and once you're there, Greavard becomes yours. Or you become it, if that trailer was anything to go by. The Evolution Houndstone also goes hard, so it's just a really cool set of Pokemon that I like. The Medali Gym is my favorite in Scarlet and Violet. I wish all the rest of them could live up to the standard set here. First up, the gym challenge is a scavenger hunt where the player must uncover clues towards what the mystery dish is at the town's famous restaurant. To do this, they have to explore the city, looking for other gym challengers and defeat them to gain their clue. This gets the player to actually engage with the NPCs in the city for once, which is refreshing. From there, the player can head into the restaurant and gain an additional clue from an unassuming patron. With all the knowledge they need, they can take a crack at ordering the secret dish. Doing so properly will initiate a battle with Gym Leader Larry. That's right, the guy you got a hint from is actually the gym leader. And he's just some monotone businessman, but I love how plain he is. He reminds me a ton of Nanu from Sun and Moon. So, with the battle about to start, the host flips a switch, killing everyone who was just casually enjoying their rice balls, but who cares, the battle is on. Larry features normal type Pokemon at his gym, which again plays into the idea of him being a plain Jane kind of dude. He uses a team of Komala, Dudunsparce, and a normal Terra type Staraptor, which is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, so bonus points for that. Before he terastallizes, he even gets this cool cutscene where the citizens pour in to cheer him on and watch the battle. No other gym does this, and it's just a nice little touch. My only criticism is that Larry is the textbook example of Paldean gym leaders who view their battles as secondary to their primary job. I love that he's boring, but the fact that he wants to get the battle over with, I don't like that. But anyway, between the scavenge hunt, the trainer battles, the memorable character, and the additional cutscenes, they really did this gym justice, and that's why it's my favorite. Also, Flittle evolved into Espathra while I was working my way through this gym, and what can I say? I really like this ostrich. Sword and Shield really made me worried that Gamefreak was running out of creatures to base Pokemon off of, but like I mentioned earlier, Scarlet and Violet came along and does away with that notion. It's just lovely to see Pokemon versions of real-life animals for the first time. We're gonna double back again and head south for another gym battle, but first, let's take a pit stop in the Asado Desert. This area is pretty lifeless and empty with not a whole lot going on. I did encounter Raylor, a bug type, for the first time here. This dung beetle design is alright at first, but when you see the cursed image of its face, it'll make you shudder. It's another one of those Pokemon that evolves after taking 1,000 steps, and that's about it. The biggest point of interest in the desert would be our fourth encounter with a Titan Pokemon, and this time it's Donphan? Kinda? Probably the biggest thing I regret being spoiled on leading up to the release was the existence of Paradox Pokemon, because they're pretty cool. I mean, just seeing this thing for the first time without knowing about this new category of Mons would have been really special. This is Iron Treads, the futuristic version of Donphan. Joining Paldean forms and regional fakes are Paradox Pokemon, past and future versions of current creatures found in the game. We'll talk more about Paradox Pokemon later, but for now, this battle provides a cool introduction to them. It helps set up the final mission of the main story, while also just giving players a genuine and rare wow moment within this open world. Well done. As for the cutscene that follows, it's more of the same. Arven goes through this whole bit again, revealing a little bit of information about Miraidon, mainly how it may have mental trauma from a tough battle, perhaps explaining why he refuses to battle alongside of us. Mabalstiff gets a bit more energy before the cutscene concludes with Professor Turo informing us that Miraidon can now glide. Going in, I thought this feature would be the final one you receive, but it's the penultimate one, and for good reason. Paldea is very vertical, and many of the game's tougher challenges can be found as you move upwards. Therefore, locking away the ability to climb until the end prevents the player from reaching areas they really aren't intended to be in yet. It saves some of the open world exploration for the later stages of the game, and I think that's a good idea. Coming up is one of my favorite bits of open world design in Paldea, the pathway leading to Alfornada. The reason I enjoy it so much is that it has multiple points to approach it from. Many areas of Paldea have a critical path to follow with tons of split-off sections for player-driven exploration, and those remain optional. However, this is one time where there's 3 paths all leading to the same critical area, and I love that. The number of options available to you depends on how much time you've sunk into defeating Titans. If you haven't defeated any, you can take this lower pathway down here by the beach. This will allow you to reach the top with just the base jump Miraidon has. If you've defeated 2 Titans, you've earned the Mega Jump, meaning you can take on the giant cave the intended way by using the extra verticality to get up this ledge. And finally, if you've defeated all 5 Titans, you can simply climb the outside of the cave to reach the top where the city awaits. To me, that was a clever bit of design that you won't find anywhere else in Paldea. Players who spend more time seeking Titans can save time by just climbing the wall, while those who haven't face a more arduous path. It's not much, but it's something I noticed on my very first run. Speaking of the giant cave, this is the best Paldea has to offer. This area is really big with tons of higher level Pokemon to fight, including many more dragon types. This is also the first time in forever where I feel like the trainer battles have matched the level of my Pokemon. In fact, many outclass me here, which is nice. It led to some tougher battles and the chance to get my squad ready for what lies ahead in the next town. In terms of new Pokemon, there's only one to find in this cave, Glimmet, who for some reason I couldn't get to spawn. Its rock and poison type is interesting, especially since it's the first non-legendary to feature that type. Nihilego had it in Sun and Moon, but whoever uses legendaries on their team? I don't have much else to say about that creature though, so let's hustle on up. We're about to have another gym battle, but before we do, it's time to beef up our party a little bit more. To be perfectly honest, I haven't experienced any cooperative play in Scarlet and Violet, so I don't know its strengths and limitations. Why am I saying this now? Well, because it's time to evolve Finizen, and to do that, we'll have to utilize the Union Circle. My good friend here was so kind as to join my game to get this process started. He won't be spending long here, but it's a cool idea. You and your friends venturing across Paldea in the same shared world. You can even use this to get access to version-exclusive Pokemon, which is amazing. Really though, we just want Palafin, so let's get to it. Forcing you to be in co-op mode to get an evolution is strange, but at least they make this one worth the hassle. Palafin is an incredible Pokemon, probably one of the most busted ones they've released in quite some time. The gimmick here is that this Pokemon is a superhero. Its base form looks almost identical to its pre-evolution Finizen, but after it's called back to its Pokeball in battle, it transforms. This mid-battle transformation provides this Pokemon with a massive boost to its base stats, nearly plus 200, making it more powerful than some legendaries in this regard. Why they did this with a dolphin of all creatures is beyond me, but it's wacky and I love it. They even gave this Pokemon its own version of U-Turn called Flip Turn, meaning you can do a bit of damage before securing the boost. It makes this one of the most powerful lead Pokemon of all time, and it's insane. I can't wait to use it for the rest of this playthrough, and I hope the nickname makes more sense now. I just wish its base form looked at least somewhat different than Finizen. As it is now, it feels sort of lazy. Speaking of lazy, the gym test here at Alfornada is by far the game's weakest. The gym is psychic themed, and as a play on the acronym ESP, the game has you do Emotional Spectrum Practice. This essentially means a really boring and random QTE minigame where you follow along with the instructor in making silly faces, like being shocked, joyous, or mad, and something else. I don't even remember. Sadness? I guess that's what it was? God, this is terrible. There's a trainer in the middle and at the end to break it up, but it just feels like they were scraping the bottom of the barrel here. It feels like the whole gym is a big FU to Gwyneth Paltrow and her weird Goop brand of lifestyle goods. It's like, oh, here's some weird exercise where you make faces to get better in tune with your emotions. Like, what? Why am I doing this in a Pokemon game? It's terrible. And the gym leader, Tulip, is the most forgettable one in the game. She has her own line of beauty products which, again, reminded me of Paltrow. I just don't think she's that memorable at all. Her team of Psychic types is fine, with her Florgs terastallizing into a Psychic type as well. This is supposed to be the 7th gym player's tackle, but I did it at slot 5, which made it a little more challenging, which was cool. Again, I do love that players have that freedom to take on the gyms, even if they might be a little too powerful for them. It creates some extra tension while still giving you an actual chance to win. And that's really all I have to say on this one. We went from the best gym to the worst. I've sort of been glossing over these encounters with other NPCs at each gym, but so far we've already met a handful of Elite Four members as well as the champion of this region, Geeta. The esteemed chairwoman shows up again here to witness a battle between us and Nemona to get a better feel of our talent level. It's a good moment that helps build on where this storyline is going, a showdown with the Pokemon League. She also gives us Terra Blast, a new TM in this game that's mostly linked to terastallizing. This move will become the same type as the Pokemon's Terra type, and will either hit using the attack stat or special attack stat, depending on which is higher. It's a cool way of giving Pokemon of any Terra type a powerful move so that all of them can be usable in PvE, so I'm all for it. Before heading towards our next major objective, I wanted to explore this mountain range a bit to secure a good view of Paldea. On the way up, I accidentally ran into Sinistes twice. These very tiny Pokemon can be hard to spot in the overworld, and they aren't the only Pokemon that bring about this nuisance. However, it made me remember that Pokemon being different sizes is a thing now. Well, it's been a thing since Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, or even Pokemon Go if you want to be supremely accurate. Scarlet and Violet are the first mainline Pokemon games to display this difference in the overworld though. Occasionally, you'll find hordes of Pokemon with one of them just dominating in size, and that's pretty cool, but only momentarily. There isn't any gameplay benefits to having a small versus large Pokemon, so it's strange to me that they included 9 different sizes instead of like 3. This feature doesn't really provide the Pokemon with any extra personality or anything like that, so it's always seemed like a strange inclusion to me. However, while I was up here, I did run into a Pokemon I wanted to use on this run. Dratini. Yes, it's not a new Paldean Mon, but I've never used a Dragonite in a mainline playthrough, and it's just so iconic and I want to use it, so now's the time. I'm nicknaming him Mighty Wings because of how small Dragonite's wings are compared to its body. It's always been comical to me. See, I knew that discussion on size was going somewhere. You just gotta have faith. Next to the other pseudo-legendaries, Dragonite has always looked quite cartoony and goofy, and I like that uniqueness, so here we go. Welcome to the team. It's about time for us to head towards another Team Star base, and the next one is way up in the north. Traveling back to where we left off earlier in the east, we carry up the cliffside, passing through the impressive Glaciado Mountain along with some more grasslands. We got this quick evolution from Dratini into Dragonair, which was nice, and I decided to take some time to fool around with the game's photo mode for the first time. I've said this in other reviews, but I'm not much for these modes, but I am grateful they exist because so many people who are far more talented than me manage to capture some beautiful moments in some of my favorite games. As for Scarlet and Violet, this mode is fine. Again, the game is not very impressive visually, but there's enough to play around with here that you can get some good shots. In particular, the selfie mode is appreciated, as getting a snapshot of you and your favorite Pokemon with a cool background is always a treat. What isn't a treat is the camera in Scarlet and Violet, especially in battles. Gone are the days of pre-rendered beautiful battle backgrounds, as instead, the action starts right where we stand. However, Paldea isn't a flat plane, meaning you run into many instances like this. The opposing Pokemon aren't on equal footing, and the camera struggles to adjust. While the ability to move the camera is appreciated, its zoom function really limits what you can see. The angling and the zoom feature don't function independently of each other, meaning if you simply want to push the angle down, you'll often zoom out, but only as far as the game will let you. This limitation makes it really hard to get good views of some battles, and often leads to the player having to do this weird overhead view just to see both Pokemon. And if you want to see the trainers too, well, forget about it. Since battles are such a core component of the game, it's a real shame to see how poor this camera copes with any imbalances in the ground level. My advice, keep the adjustable camera because it is really cool to angle it around, but you need to find a way to improve its range in the next outing. After a brief dip into Glaciado Mountain, we've arrived at another Team Star base, our fourth one. At the base's entry, we're challenged by a man named Harrington, who is apparently Ortega's personal tutor. With our outer being a few levels ahead of us here, I checked out the surrounding area and defeated a few trainers to bring our team up to par a little bit more. I knew this extra training would come in handy because of the base's focus on fairy types. It's hard to believe it's been nearly 10 years now since this type was introduced, yet somehow it feels like we're due for a new typing or two again soon. The previously rumored light typing was always interesting to me, but I'm not sure if they will ever go down that route. Only time will tell. Anyway, this is our fourth star base now, and it's more of the same. Beat the guard, beat 30 Pokemon, and face the head honcho. I must admit though, this was another exhilarating battle afforded to me by arriving here a little underleveled and without any obvious type matchups over my opponent. Without a stab boosted super effective poison or steel type move to wreck Ortega's team, I instead had to rely on my resources and choose a strategy to overcome what was in front of me. This included using toxic spikes to poison my foes on switch-in, utilizing Tauros's Intimidate ability to make my opponent's attacks weaker, and using Palafin to really clean up his team despite not having super effective moves. It led to a fun battle, one that really gripped me, and it's not the first or last time I'll experience this while playing Pokemon Violet. These challenging battles alone make this game feel a lot better than the cakewalk that was BDSP or Sword and Shield. I do wonder why they don't reward you with experience points though. That's so strange to me. Some of them are really excellent battles, so why am I not rewarded? Why am I not leveling up? I mean, these are battles like any other after all. More interesting to me though is the story section that plays out after, as it's the most informative one yet. Harrington is revealed to be the former director of the UVA Academy, the man in charge when Team Star carried out its operation against the bullies of the school. He details how Team Star took a bold stance against those who put them down, but the bullies were such cowards that they ran away and immediately dropped out of school. All of them. Harrington wasn't sure what to do until one student, presumably the rumored big boss of Team Star, decided to step up and take all the blame. Recognizing that Team Star weren't the bad guys here, he sent this student on a 1.5-year study abroad trip in Galar to let things cool off at school. However, disaster couldn't be avoided. All the teachers were so ashamed of the incident that they all immediately left too, including Harrington. From there, Clavel took over, he hired a whole new staff, and the Academy's record has been squeaky clean since. Yet Team Star was still viewed as the villains from this incident, and that reputation stuck. So, yeah, okay. Let me just go ahead and say it. I think all of this is really stupid and far-fetched, and not the good far-fetched either. You're telling me that there were some kids who stood up against bullying, without any sort of physical confrontation or fight, mind you, yet it shook up the Academy's staff and students so much that all the teachers and all the bullies dropped out. Come on now, that's just ridiculous. By Harrington's own recount of the incident, it was hardly notable at all. They paint it like Team Star rode up on their Starmobiles and said, "Hey, stop bullying us," and the bullies were so scared shitless that they ran away. And that's it. That's an earth-shattering encounter that the Academy had never had before. Are you kidding me? It's just so far out there to me and completely shatters any realism that this story was going for. And it's a shame too, because bullying is a very real thing that hurts many students every single day. This exaggerated approach to telling a story about it is almost gross and misses the mark completely. The terrible backstory ciphers any sympathy you might have had for these characters and just makes me want to skip all of this dialogue. So let's get out of here. Alright, so what's left on the docket? Well, we have a few gyms left. There's of course one more Team Star base and one Titan Pokemon left. And since we have a few gyms, let's tackle another now. Returning to an earlier Pokemon Center, we're able to take a short hike up to Montanerva, home to Rhyme and her gym. Alright, I know earlier I was hyping up Artisan and Levincia a lot, but honestly, this right here, this is the best city design in the game. It's a small icy village tucked away on the side of a mountain with a bit of spookiness about it due to all the candle vigils. It's perfect for a town featuring a ghost-type gym leader. Rhyme's gym challenge is another good one. It's just a series of battles, but it's the only time the game asks the player to participate in double battles. We've seen a few gyms do this now, most recently Raihan in Sword and Shield. It's not necessarily stale, but I think it would have been amazing for them to bring back triple battles for this one gym. I'm sure the Switch would have chugged, but it would be something different and that's always appreciated. As it is now though, it's fine, a decent switch up for the player to contend with. I do like how the music and stage changes as you battle, preparing it for your eventual showdown with Rhyme. More than anything though, I love how this little Griever dances, that's just so cute, come on man. As for Rhyme herself, her team of ghost types is intended to be the 6th gym you face, and while that's true for us, we've already outleveled her by a slim but relevant margin. She uses Mimikyu, Bayonet, Houndstone, and a ghost type Toxtricity. Her character emphasis on rap and music makes this Terra companion a wise choice. As a result, she's one of the few gym leaders that's able to stand out for her character and presence, so she's very much appreciated. But because we outlevel her, we defeat her pretty easily. So now, let's travel back down the mountain. Casseroya Lake is one of my favorite areas in the game. Its impressive size, paired up with the backdrop of the icy mountain, makes for a spectacular view even if there isn't much detail within it. It's areas like this that demonstrate just how much potential Pokemon has going forward now. The open world is a dual-edged sword though. On one hand, the fact that they were able to pull off an open world game of this magnitude in just a few years is nothing short of impressive. I remember saying in my Pokemon Sword video that I didn't think they'd ever attempt it in a mainline game, yet here we are, just one generation later. And considering they only had 3 years to build this game, it's impressive that it turned out as well as it has, despite the many shortcomings, mostly technical, but also the relative lack of a good story or side content. Still, exploring Casseroya Lake gives me hope for the future. At the same time though, potential has been something we've been talking about with the franchise for a few generations now. Sun and Moon seemed like a new starting point for the series where fresh ideas would become the norm, but then Sword and Shield walked it back. The game provides that same level of excitement for the future, but who's to say that Generation 10 will be able to do much better while the time constraint is still an issue? The series desperately needs to take a breather, but the pressure to capitalize on profits doesn't rest when you're the biggest IP in the world, and I think it sucks. While I enjoy the games for what they are, I continuously find myself disappointed in what could have been if Gamefreak was given an extra 2 years to really flesh out each generation. I hope we can get that for the next iteration of games, but I highly doubt it. Here's hoping I eat those words though, like I did with my previous statement about them never attempting an open world. It also makes me dream of a parallel universe where Pokemon isn't exclusive to Nintendo platforms. It's no secret that the Switch was never meant to compete with PlayStation and Xbox for the most powerful consoles, but as we approach the 6th year anniversary of its release, it's really starting to feel old. The crazy part though is that other franchises are able to maintain their beauty on the Switch because of their art direction and lengthier development times. Pokemon fans haven't been afforded these same luxuries, resulting in some of the ugliest AAA released games ever. I mean, even the Pokemon Twitter account has to be embarrassed to send out some of these screenshots. Anywho, the point is, I'd love to see what Pokemon might look like if it was developed for PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series S. That will, of course, remain a pipe dream, but for those of you listening in from the multiverse, I envy you. Casseroya Lake is home to a few new Pokemon. Wow, we've almost touched on them all now. First up is Veluza, a water and psychic type fish who appears to be based on the Hake fish, a heavily consumed species in Spain. This comparison is lent further credence by this Pokemon's Pokédex entry that talks about how humans consume its discarded flesh, noting its delicious flavor. It reminds me a lot of Barraskewda though, and doesn't tickle my fancy much. The other two newbies here are much more interesting, Dondozo and Tatsugiri, who have a symbiotic relationship with each other. Dondozo is a giant blue, water-type catfish, or maybe a carp, while Tatsugiri is a water and dragon type that looks like a piece of California roll or something. I don't know, I don't eat sushi. Anyway, according to the Pokédex entries, Dondozo follows Tatsugiri around, trusting the much smaller Pokemon to guide it, owed to its own lack of intelligence. And in return, Dondozo protects Tatsugiri by allowing it to hide in its mouth, without actually eating it. And that's gotta be hard because again, it looks like California roll. Now, this is pretty obviously a play on the brain and brawn trope that's found across media and history. The most apt comparison to me, the one that came to mind first anyway, would be George and Lenny from Of Mice and Men. It's a cool pairing, one that I really enjoy. If I ever go through Paldea again, I'll probably choose Sprigatito and find a way to use one of these guys on my team. While exploring Casseroya Lake further, I stumbled into quite the oddity. Check out this Swablu, it's as yellow as a pear. If you've made it this far into the video, you know damn well what this is. It's a shiny Pokemon. and it's pretty cute if you ask me. I've personally never been much of a shiny hunter, but when you run into one, you have to try to catch it. It's like hitting the lottery without even trying. Okay, so be a good little Swablu and just let me catch your Perish song? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, alright, okay, we can do this. Use Spore, drain some health without killing it, and pray to God we catch it. Look, I was tempted to go into a deep analysis of the history of shiny Pokemon, but truthfully, there's a lot of math that's going over my head. Somehow, the catching mechanic stuff was a lot easier to understand. Much has changed since their introduction all the way back in Generation 2, but it's no surprise that shiny hunting has endured as one of the most popular ways to engage with these titles once the endgame begins. Instead of commenting on the math, what I will say is that the Pokemon community, and the greater internet as a whole, is just so impressive when there's a shared goal. Pokemon have a 1 in 4,096 chance to be shiny, but players have found ways to increase these odds drastically, whether it's through using in-game items or a very specific approach to encountering wild Pokemon called the Mazda method. On top of that, by taking advantage of sandwich recipes and Pokemon outbreaks, trainers can lower the odds of encountering a shiny even further. The bottom line is this: a lot of work goes into shiny hunting, but I have to imagine the euphoria rush you get after spending hours trying to find a shiny must be exhilarating. So, hats off to that community. I have a lot of respect for your dedication and craft. With that, we've come up to our next Titan encounter, and they saved the best for last. The final Titan isn't so obvious, as you'll have to look around this island of Tatsugiris for a bit. Battling most of them won't yield any results, but they are battles you can't run from. A thorough search, though, reveals one that's bigger than all the rest. The piece of sushi everyone has their eye on, but is too afraid to grab out of fear of judgment. Yeah, that one. By approaching it, a battle starts, but this big shrimp is quickly sucked up by Dondozo. I won't harp on about their symbiotic relationship again, but it is cool to see those words put into action. It's one of the rare times we get to see Pokemon interacting with each other in the world, and I'm all in favor of it. For a while, the battle plays out like all the rest. You nearly deplete Big Boy's health before it scrambles away. Chasing it down starts another battle, and Dondozo goes down without too much pain. However, they do a cool thing by subverting your expectations. This giant fish, who fits the bill of a Titan Pokemon, isn't actually the Titan. It's the Tatsugiri you first encountered back on the small island. You have to defeat it in battle as well to unlock the final Herba Mystica. It's nothing crazy, but the extra effort is appreciated. Things quickly slip back into normalcy though as you sit through another identical cutscene of finding the plant, Arven making sandwiches, and you feeding yours to the legendary mystical bicycle that you've been riding. Luckily, change is on the way. Arven feeds his sandwich to Mabalstiff, who, lo and behold, is finally healed by their magical properties. The music and Arven's reaction do just enough to make this a touching moment. What can I say? Pokemon are like pets. We love them like we do cats and dogs, and it's nice to see someone else's partner return to form. It's sweet. After this, we receive a phone call from the mysterious Professor Turo, who tells us that Miraidon is nearly back at full strength. It can't battle yet, but it's gained the ability to climb, which unlocks the final traversal method for players. This exchange takes place in the cave for the first time, meaning Arven overhears things. Turo recognizes his son's voice, yes they are father and son, implores him to take you and Miraidon to his lab. He claims to need your help, and Arven reluctantly agrees. He makes it clear that he and his father aren't on speaking terms after the paternal figure abandoned him. It's a good way of setting up the finale and feels much more natural than the Team Star story. Way less flashbacks and nonsensical situations here. With that, we make a pit stop back at the lighthouse to meet up with Arven at Turo's behest. As he unlocks the door, Arven mentions that he was abandoned by his father and has no memory of him even playing with him as a child. That's why his relationship with Mabalstiff is so important to him. for he is the only companion he's ever had. Inside the lab, Turo touches base with us and asks us to come to Area Zero, located within the forbidden Great Crater of Paldea. He implores us to bring the Violet Book with us. Arven is hesitant to come because Mabalstiff's original injury took place within Area Zero, but he ultimately decides to come with us because of our friendship and to give his father a piece of his mind. To see if we're up for the task at hand, Arven challenges us to a Pokemon battle because, well, that's just how strength is determined in this world, for some reason. I mean, if you suck at battling, you're just weak as hell, let's just face it. The battle itself is another good one, as he uses all the Pokemon he's gathered while facing off with us against the Titans. His ace is of course Mabalstiff, and it's cool to see this Pokemon not only battle, but also terrestrialize. After everything it's been through, it's nice to see it get back out there. When the battle concludes, he recognizes our strength, but also says we'll need help, so he asks us to recruit a stronger trainer and someone who's good with technology. Gee, I wonder who we're gonna ask. Continuing back where we left off, and we can't leave Casseroya Lake without a quick visit to one of Paldea's most scenic areas. In the northern part of this region, there's a giant golden forest full of some really high-level Pokemon. It's just a really cool area. After partaking in a few trainer battles, I decided this would make for a good location to show off Violet's new picnic feature. Picnics seem to be the latest iteration on Pokemon Ami. Starting in Generation 6, Gamefreak included these little features that allowed you to interact with your Pokemon beyond just using them in battle. Bathing, petting, and feeding your Pokemon allows for players to live out the fantasy of being a trainer much more, as it allows you to love on them just as much as you do fight alongside of them. What we have here is the newest attempt at this idea. Picnics can be held anywhere in Paldea so long as you're outside of a town and are on even ground. All the Pokemon in your party will be let out of their Pokeballs to run free for a while. You can play with them, talk to them, and even give them a bath, all of which rewards experience and friendship points. That's not all though, as there's 3 other core components to this mode. First up is the simplest one, customization. There's a few things here you can change, such as the tablecloth, cups, and the ball by purchasing them in shops around the region. Second, breeding is now tied directly into picnics, as you won't find a daycare center anywhere in Paldea. Unfortunately, unique Terra types can't be passed on, but the rest of the breeding mechanics seem to remain intact. I haven't experimented with it too much, but I have to imagine this streamlines the process a bit, as you don't have to constantly fly to a specific location just to reach the daycare. Because now, you can breed anywhere you want. Just in game though, not in the real world. And finally, there's sandwich making. Well, ugly sandwich making. I remember when they showed this off in the trailer, and I couldn't believe how hideous these models looked. It's laughable, especially the cutscene that plays after you make it, where your character supposedly, quote-unquote, eats the sandwich. This looks god-awful. I can't believe they allowed it to be in the final product at release. Despite the laughs, sandwich consumption rewards different effects such as raising catch rate, doling out more rewards from Terra raid battles, and even increasing shiny encounter rates. With that being said, I hardly engage with this picnic mode in either of my 2 playthroughs, despite thinking I'd spend a lot of time with it. I can't pinpoint why that is, as I love the Pokemon Ami feature. I guess I just wish there was more ways to interact with the Pokemon in live gameplay sequences. You can kick the ball around, but oftentimes the Pokemon just get crowded on top of each other, and there's no rhythm to it, and yeah, that's it. Meanwhile, washing Pokemon doesn't feel as rewarding as petting Pokemon did. The lack of animation and reaction doesn't help, and you also can't cycle into feeding them, making it very one-note and repetitive. It feels like a chore instead of a meaningful interaction. I like the spirit of picnics and the idea behind it, but I think the execution was a little sloppy. If they can expand on it, I think Generation 10 could have the best iteration of Pokemon Ami yet. Jumping a bit here, but it's time for us to ascend Glaciado Mountain. This towering icy mountain feels like the open world version of Mount Coronet in the Sinnoh region, and to put it plainly, I think it's wonderful. The way the player can weave in and out of icy caves and snowy mountainsides, deep dirt caverns, and even bits of land where the grass is showing is amazing, and leads to so much personality owed to the Pokemon you can find in each section. Constantly popping in and out of these environments leads to freshness, and while exploration is still very limited, it's cooler to explore caves and mountains than it is a flat open plain. Not to mention, you can really feel the size of the mountain. It's humongous. I remember coming out of this part of the cavern and thinking to myself, where the hell am I? I had to get my bearings by climbing a bit, and that was a cool feeling. Not to mention that you can't even see both Monte Nevera and Glaciado City unless you're at the highest peak of the mountain. That's a cool feeling. It really helps make it feel even bigger. And without the ability to climb, you'd have to approach these two cities from very different angles, and that really helps sell the size and verticality of this monstrous plot of land. Well done, Gamefreak. This is a great mountain. On top of that, it's also home to Paldea's iconic pseudo-legendary dragon Pokemon. This time around, it's Frigibax, who is a dragon and ice type. I really like the design of this thing. It's ugly, but in a really cute way. Its final form, Baxcalibur, is alright. It's basically a blue Godzilla with a big sword hilt sticking out of its back. It's more of a simple design, but I think it's fine. The typing is at least cool, if not a little underpowered. Rarely does adding the ice typing to another type make a Pokemon better. Still, it matches up well against other dragon types who dual wield with the flying type. And with that, I think I've shared my thoughts on most of the basic Pokemon in Paldea. Did I forget one? Oh yeah, Tandemaus and Maushold. Yeah, I didn't talk about them. Yeah, they're cool. I like it. I'd use it on a third playthrough. That's about it. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go ahead and get our last gym badge. Before we can battle Grusha, we first have to complete another gym test. This is another one that's sort of, not that great, in the bottom half for sure. We have to complete a run down the snow slopes, and what sounds exciting at first is soon revealed to be a flop. There's no fast-paced action, as instead, you ride Miraidon down the slope as it looks so uncomfortable trying to get its footing. You'll steer it through these checkpoints at relatively slow speeds, and it's over within 40 seconds of starting. It's pretty bad once again. What isn't bad though is the battle with Grusha, or at least how he's presented. He's intended to be the final gym leader, but even so, we've already outleveled his team by nearly 10. He goes down without much of a fight, but I love the characterization he gets. While the other gym leaders still work their normal jobs, it's clear that something caused Grusha to abandon his love of snowboarding. He mentions how we've caught him on a bad day, and that the icy slopes can quickly derail the course of your life. He's basically hinting that he was in a terrible snowboarding accident and has become sort of bitter as a result. It's not much, but it's character depth, and we'll take what we can get in a Pokemon game. In particular, I like that our battle with him doesn't immediately make him revert back to being jolly and happy, as instead, he acknowledges our prowess while still remaining a little grumpy. I'm tired of Pokemon characters having epiphanies after battling us for just a few minutes, and I'm glad they didn't go down that route here. As for the battle itself, it's sorta meh. Ice is another weak typing, and I'm sick of them being the 7th or 8th gym leader every time one pops up. Seriously, make it like the 1st or 2nd gym. Switch it up, I've been saying that this whole video. The tropes just keep coming, and I'm gonna call them out every time. After defeating him, we get another cutscene where more members of the Elite Four are revealed. On one hand, I do like seeing these characters appear outside of just their rooms, but they spoil a really cool surprise here. I'm pretty sure that Poppy is the first ever Elite Four member who is still a child. That is such a cool idea, and it would have been amazing to have her hyped up as the final member of the Elite Four, Like, can you imagine they just keep talking about how strong she is, they build her up, and then you walk in and bam, it's a kid. That would have been a cool moment. But instead, it's kind of ruined just for the sake of continuing the constant stroking of the player's ego after beating another gym. There's really only one event left to tick off our list, a final confrontation with Team Star. On our way to the last base, I wanted to briefly go over how Miraidon handles now that we've unlocked all the mobility mechanics. One of the biggest questions I had going into this game pre-release was how the team would handle the legendaries. It seemed apparent that we would receive the box Pokemon early on given how integral it was in moving around Paldea. However, the question became, how would the team justify giving you a legendary at the start of the game? Well, the solution was to nerf it completely. No, it doesn't start as a level 5, instead, it simply can't battle until the post-game. You can only ride it around, but even still, at first it's a slow ride and a low jump, and that's all you got. By defeating Titan Pokemon, you unlock new movement options, 5 in total. These include a dash, high jump, swimming, gliding, and climbing, and they're unlocked in that order regardless of the order you defeat the Titans in. For me, 3 of these abilities are so-so, while the other 2 are pretty good. The dash is perhaps the most meh inclusion, as it simply allows you to move faster while riding. It's convenient, but it doesn't open up the player's world at all, as they're still quite limited by the low jump and lack of other features. It makes sense you'd receive it first. Next up is the high jump, which does open up your options a bit in the early game. It'll allow you to grab some items in the rocky area to the east of Mesagoza, but it's fairly limited beyond that. There's still plenty of places you just can't access. Now, the third ability that's pretty take it or leave it for me may surprise you, but I think gliding is nearly pointless in this game. Beyond the satisfaction of jumping off a high point and soaring over the region, there isn't much point to it. That's because after about 20 seconds or so, gravity gets dialed up to 11 and pulls your ass down like you're riding a nail and the ground is a big magnet. I imagine this limitation was put in place to stop players from getting into the crater, but I'm not sure. Either way, it does sort of ruin that good feeling that a glide can deliver. I mean, think about how satisfying it is to jump off the highest point in a game just to see how far you can glide away from it. Admit it, you've done it, we all have. That's robbed the view in this game. Gliding is instead most useful to leap over annoying wild Pokemon who are charging you so that you can get away from them. On the other hand, we have swimming and climbing, and these 2 abilities are great. Swimming opens up Paldea more by allowing you to explore Castle Royale Lake as well as cross some rivers. However, the thing I enjoy most is that there's plenty of trainer battles and Pokemon waiting in the Paldean Sea. Once you unlock swimming, you can venture out a bit and discover what's waiting for you on some of these islands, and I just think that's a cool way of expanding the region beyond the land. And finally, there's climbing, and well, it's just amazing. It truly opens up your mobility potential more than any other mechanic, so it makes sense that it's saved for last. Would-be obstacles like mountains or lifted portions of the ground just melt to you when you can scale them vertically. It's pretty responsive too, making for a smooth experience that allows you to find some new areas. It was extremely useful in reaching this bamboo forest where our final confrontation with Team Star awaits us. But wait, hold on, put the brakes on that for a minute, I hate to ruin the segue, but I did want to briefly mention an interesting change that's sort of going under the radar. I thought about it while battling this Glalie. For the first time in a long time, we have a new weather mechanic introduced in the form of snow. Snow replaces hail in this generation and makes 2 significant changes. Unlike hail, snow does not damage non-ice types at the end of the turn, and instead, it provides ice types with a 50% boost to their defensive stat while it's active. The move Hail has been replaced with Snowscape, while another move called Chilly Reception acts as a non-damaging U-turn that summons snow as well. Ultimately, weather is still very much a gimmick when it comes to battling, much like terrain. Despite how hard people try to make these gimmicks work competitively, they often fall to the wayside, and that seems to be true once again with snow. Oh, and Dragonair finally evolved into Dragon Knight. That's sick. Okay, now let's get to that Team Star base. By now, I hope I've given you the full picture of how Team Star bases work. Outside battle, Star Barrage, face the leader. That's true once again here, so I won't harp on about it. Aeries' team is pretty cool, especially since she uses Annihilate, but honestly, what stands out most about her is her personality. She shows a lot of heart and dedication as she feels like the sole protector over Team Star. She takes this responsibility extremely seriously, going so far as to guard the base herself instead of relying on a grunt. And when she loses, you can see how devastated she is because of the animation work. You even come to learn that she has a heart of gold, welcoming those that bullied her into Team Star. This sequence does a far better job of garnering sympathy from the player. It does this through showing and developing a character instead of just throwing some nonsensical backstory at you like at the previous base. And for this reason, Aerie is my favorite member of Team Star and makes for an excellent final Starbase encounter. Once she's defeated, Cassiopeia radios in and reveals there's only one thing left to do. With all the bases defeated, we simply have to defeat the big boss to completely dispel Team Star. In a shocking, mind-bending, and unbelievable twist that you will never see coming, Cassiopeia reveals that she is the leader of Team Star, the big boss that everyone's been going on about despite never meeting her apparently. She requests her presence back at the academy for a nighttime battle against her, which is a bit dramatic. I mean, Team Star is over now. You could just say you're done, but I guess she feels the need to get dunked on to make it official, and I'm happy to oblige, so off we go. Back in Mesagoza, as we approach the school, we come face to face with Cassiopeia. Clive first reveals himself to be School Director Clavel, no surprise, but then he claims to also be Team Star's head honcho. No point wasting time here with a ruse. Clavel is not Cassiopeia, as he reveals as much after we defeat him in a pretty good and fair battle. To be honest, this storyline has been very predictable, with yet another obvious twist coming soon. With that in mind, I think making Clavel Cassiopeia would have been an actual genuine twist. Of course, the story would have to be rewritten around it to make it make sense, but at least it would have been a genuine and actual surprise instead of getting what we get. I remember confronting him in my Scarlet playthrough, and for just a few seconds, I bought into the idea and was like, oh shit, that's awesome, I didn't see that coming. But no. He just did this to see if we had the strength to take on the actual Cassiopeia, which we'll head to next. I cannot believe they continue to hold on to the secret identity of Cassiopeia so desperately. We've seen Penny so many times now, and yet they put her hood up to conceal her identity. She removes it and unveils herself as being the Team Star Big Boss. And, well, yeah, we knew. We knew you'd be the leader of Team Star from the second our phone got hacked. You were the only recurring NPC unique to this questline that we haven't already defeated. So, of course, you're the leader. It's just really generic, as is her reason for wanting to battle us. She wants Team Star to be disbanded, but as the leader, she still feels compelled to defend it. And it's like, what? What? I thought we were done. Just make up your mind, jeez. At least the battle with Penny is another decent one. I love that her Eevee backpack wasn't just for show, as she uses only Eeveelutions on her team, with her ace being Sylveon. In particular, this Vaporeon with Water Absorb did give me some trouble. I don't remember there ever being an in-game trainer to use only Eeveelutions, so I think this was a cool touch. She even managed to defeat a couple of my Pokemon and kept me on my toes for the fight, which is appreciated. After defeating her, we get another cutscene where Clavel and Penny discuss Team Star and Operation Starfall, as well as what will come next. We're shown another cutscene detailing how Team Star made a threat against students in the school, but since they never acted on it, we're to believe that they are 100% innocent and without blame, which is still ridiculous. Not as ridiculous as half the school and the entire staff leaving over it, but still pretty bonkers. And of course, there's this really cliche and cringy line where Penny says that the 5 squad bosses are her greatest treasure. They've already used this line a few times now, and it's lost what little impact it had. The friends then all reunite, and all of them are extremely understanding of Penny's actions and choices. The power of friendship wins out, even though this is the first time they've ever met her and haven't spoken to her in a year and a half. I don't know about your life, but for me, friendships wither away if you don't maintain them, so this also feels a bit hollow and unearned. Finally, there has to be a happy ending since this group of students isn't as bad as their reputation, supposedly. So Clavel punishes them by transforming all their bases into training centers where the leaders are to teach trainers how to battle and such. And then that's about it for this storyline. Penny gets punished for hacking into the Pokemon League and stealing league points, but again, there's no real consequence. I mean, she even gets offered a job. She then resolves to help us with her hacking skills whenever we need her, so that's useful, I guess. All in all, I think this is the weakest of the 3 main storylines. There are a few good character beats, but there's so many head-scratching details that just don't make any sense. Between the bosses adhering to the code like their AI programmed to do so, the non-attack attack on the school, and all the teachers and bullies leaving, and more, there's just too many oddities for the story to feel natural and realistic. So let's put it behind us. The good news is by defeating Penny, we've now wrapped up all 3 of the major storylines in the game. Huh? What? What'd you say? I missed the gym. In Cortando? I walked right past it? Are you serious? Oh. Oh, okay. Never mind. We still got one more thing to do. Let me get on that. I'm, of course, messing around. I knew I had bypassed this gym earlier, but I did so that we could come back to it at the end and have a bit of a laugh since gyms don't level scale alongside of you. The Olive Roll gym test stands in our way first, but honestly, it's alright. I'd say one of the middle-of-the-road challenges. You can just weave around the obstacles or battle trainers for a shortcut, although this usually ends up taking more time. All in all, it's fine. That's all I can say, it's fine. Our battle against Katie was a slaughter, as you'd expect, considering we're using fully evolved level 55 and up Pokemon against level 15s. She uses a Nimble, Tarantula, and a Bug Terra-type Teddy Ursa. My final note on the gyms would be this. Remember way back in Artisan when I said that there could be another approach to integrating Terra types into gym battles, and I thought they should have used it more? Well, here it is. I wish they had mixed and matched the usage of terastallizing a bit more. In all 8 of the gyms, the leader's ace Pokemon is always of a different type than the gym, however, it becomes uniform when it terastallizes. To me, I feel there was a missed opportunity to do the reverse. For example, Katie here could have a Vivillon as her ace that terastallizes into a water type or something. What's my reasoning for that? Well, a fire-type Pokemon would tear right through it, but if it terastallizes into a water type, it would make the damage go from a 2 times multiplier to half. I would have loved to see gym leaders do this as it would give them a bit of type coverage against obvious mismatches. I'm not saying this would have made battles more difficult, but it could have hedged the player's advantage a tad. It obviously doesn't matter in this moment, since we're over-leveled, but it could have if we'd come here first. For example, when we faced Grusha, his ace could have been Obama and it could have terastallized into a water or fairy type in order to flip the script on the obvious fire type attack. On an even playing field, this could have been cool, like throw a Terra Blast onto it and all of a sudden, bam, Obama is using a stab-boosted water type move on your fire type for insane damage. I'm not saying every gym should have done this, but it would have been a good way to keep players guessing a bit instead of just doing the same thing 8 times in a row. As the battle concludes, Katie gives us our final badge and a TM before we're greeted by Nemona and Geeta. Our huge level advantage makes some of these lines hilarious, especially when Nemona talks about how she was on the edge of her seat. Yeah, Nemona, that level 14 Tarantula really had Dragonite on the ropes there for a while. Regardless, with all the gyms now completed, we're encouraged to head up to the Pokemon League to take on something called the Champion Assessment. Heading back to Mesagoza, and I can't help but to feel disappointed in how fast it is to leave the city and enter the Pokemon League. Despite how cool and fresh the open world idea is, it does lead to one of Pokemon's signature features going to the wayside. That of course being the dungeons. Victory Road was always a staple in Pokemon games prior to Generation 8, and even Galar had a few dungeons you could explore. We don't find that at all in Paldea, and as a result, you waltz through a small cave into an opening where you walk up a slight incline to reach the Pokemon League. Characters like Red, May, and Hilbert? This dude's name was Hilbert? Okay, that's wild. You're telling me a Hilbert made it through the winding series of caves and outdoor cliffs in Unova? I ain't buying it, bro. But these characters, they had it tough. They had to go through real victory roads. Us, on the other hand, we finally arrive at the Pokemon League after an arduous 2-minute walk to get there. After filling up on healing items, we're greeted by Geeta and escorted inside for our champion interview. This is a new idea introduced in this game. Trainers who want to become a champion must defeat the Elite Four, but they must also pass a spoken exam. And yes, I do mean a champion, not the champion, as there's more than one in Paldea. One sits above the rest, but those who pass the series of tests can reach the rank of champion, which is kinda cool. I like that the last few generations have handled the Elite Four a bit differently. In Alola, the Elite Four had just been established, making you the first to attempt it. In Galar, we had the big tournament with the gym leaders, and now there's this. The interview itself is not that hard, as picking the most obvious choices will allow you to press on. As tempting as it may be to be cheeky and answer incorrectly, you can't if you want to move on. Wrong answers boot you from the room and force a restart, which is cumbersome. So yeah, sorry, but even if you have grievances with these games, you'll have no choice but to tell Gamefreak that you do indeed like Pokemon. But once you answer everything correctly, it's on to the Elite Four proper. First up is Rika, the woman who just interviewed us. She uses Ground-type Pokemon, which we've seen in the Elite Four in other games. Usually, Ground-type Pokemon are all very slow, and then they get paired up with other typings that make other moves 4 times super effective against them. They can't survive, and they also can't strike first, making them a pushover. That's once again true here. Rika uses Whiscash, Camerupt, Dugtrio, Donphan, and Clodsire as her team. The first two go down to grass and water type moves easily, while the same is true of Dugtrio and Donphan. Clodsire can at least fight back a bit because of its water absorb ability, but by then it's too little too late. I do like that every Elite Four member terastallizes though. You can only do it once against the 4 trainers, but each of them can use it against you. It at least gives them a small advantage over you. Rika as the first Elite Four member was the right move, as her team simply can't outdo its shortcomings to defeat you, making her the weakest. Next up is the child Poppy, a Steel-type user. I wasn't sure what type she'd use going into this encounter the first time, but I was disappointed to learn it was Steel. Steel typing shares a lot of the same downsides as ground typing. You usually see higher defensive stats, but along with it are even slower speeds. I'd say they're more resistant and durable than ground types, but often they will be completely overmatched by anyone with a special attacking fire type Pokemon. And guess what Fuego is? A special attacking fire type Pokemon. I thought maybe Skeledirge's slower speed might get it killed, but no, it swept her team of Capparaja, Bronzong, Corviknight, Magnezone, and Tinkaton just fine. And by the way, given how much Tinkatons hate Corviknights, I'm stunned to see them both on the same team. Picnics with Poppy must be a real hoot. Anyway, I do think she's a tougher fight than Rika, although that wasn't the case here. If I didn't have Skeledirge though, I probably would have struggled against her a little bit more. Next up is the only Elite Four member we haven't met yet. Well, I mean, kinda. He wasn't spoiled to us yet, but we have come face to face with Larry before. Here in the Elite Four, he uses a flying type team, which is kinda cool because he can keep Staraptor, his ace from the gym, on his team. That being said, I really don't like that they reused his character here. There wasn't any good reason presented for why he's here. He just is because Geeta's his boss and she said be in the Elite Four. It feels like a waste. I guess they're going for a joke, like Larry hates his jobs and this is yet another example of that, but I just don't like it. I would have much rather seen a new NPC standing here. On that note, I'd also love to see a different arena for each member of the Elite Four. We're so starved for interior environments in this game, and losing out on the personalized look of Elite Four rooms is another blow. As for Larry himself, he did give me some trouble. Make no mistake, the battle never required too much of me, but the lack of a hard-hitting fast electric type did make for a challenge, especially since Toadskoo has setup moves and they were all useless against flying types. Larry's team consisted of Tropius, Staraptor, Oricorio, Altaria, and Flamigo. It's a pretty diverse squad, and I think it fits right in for being the third member of the Elite Four. The difficulty feels on par. Again, that's relative to the team I brought. With that comes Hazel, a Dragon-type user. He's the trainer I've been fearing the most, as even in my Scarlet playthrough, he was the most challenging fight that I had in the entire game. He uses a team of Noivern, Haxorus, Dragalge, Flapple, and Baxcalibur. I forgot about his Poison Dragon and spent a lot of time setting up Toxic Spikes at the beginning. Truly, the reason I used Toadskoo the whole time was for this one move, to ensure I could beat anything as long as it could be hit with Toxic. And while I didn't quite need it for this battle, it was nice to have it as an option. But when Dragalge came out, bye bye Toxic Spikes. Lucky for me though, Olay and Mighty Wings were more than enough to bring down his Dragon-type ace. Dragon-type always makes for an excellent Elite Four member because they're often granted higher base stats than other Pokemon. That's the case here once more. I would have loved to see him use a Cyclizar because I really like that guy, but oh well. With Hazel defeated, only one more trainer stands in our way of becoming a champion in the Paldea region. Geeta. Oh, Geeta. This is my favorite character design in Scarlet and Violet. I think she looks great as her professional look conveys a sense of seriousness while her darker clothes make her seem quite powerful. Unfortunately, her team is a bit of a mess. It consists of Espathra, Avalugg, Gogoat, King Gambit, Veluza, and her ace, Glimmora. This team has a pretty obvious set of weaknesses, fire and fighting, and we're bringing both to the table. Going along with that, the team does have some relatively underpowered Pokemon, especially since only one of them evolves twice. The base stats of 2-stage and 1-stage Pokemon rarely can match those of 3-stage evolutions. Veluza, for example, has a base stat total of 468. That's 62 points less than Quaquaval, the final stage of Ducklet's brother, just for a comparison to another water type. This is the most extreme example of underpowered Pokemon on her team, but others are a tad underwhelming as well. The real kicker though is that Glimmora is her ace Pokemon. Its ability, Toxic Debris, makes it launch Toxic Spikes onto the opponent's side of the field when it's hit by a physical attack. It sounds useful, save for the fact that she uses this Pokemon last, meaning the Toxic Spikes will hardly be a factor in the fight. The significance of this battle in the story makes me think that this can't be an oversight. I just don't understand why they would do such a thing. Glimmora is fine, but it doesn't feel like the design of a champion's ace Pokemon. King Gambit should have gotten those honors, and Glimmora should have been her lead Pokemon. They really flubbed this whole encounter, making Geeta one of the most underwhelming champions of all time. I cleaned up her team, no problem, and that's really about it. The other characters come out, they congratulate you, but there's no special room to go to or any sort of celebration. It's like passing your final college exam without the graduation ceremony or an all-night rager on the last night. I really do miss those ominous champion rooms from the earliest generations. Outside, we meet back up with Nimona, and after trolling her for quite some time, we agree to have a battle as equals back in Mesagoza. To be quite honest, if you view Nimona as the champion and Gita as a warm-up, you may look more fondly upon the game. She has a Lichen Rock for a lead, and it's not afraid to set up stealth rocks. Take notes, Gita. From there, she'll go into Dudunsparce, Orthworm, and Palmot. Not a big fan of these three, but they may give you a challenge depending on your team. Dudunsparce for sure could have been replaced with something stronger. But then there's Goodra, who did manage to take out my Dragonite, and finally, Meowscarada. Now, this obviously could have been Skeledirge or Quaquaval, depending on which starter you chose, but here, it's the Grass Cat. Let me tell you, this thing nearly swept my team after terastallizing. Its signature move, Flower Trick, took out a bunch of my team members in one shot. Its high speed stat didn't give me much of a chance to retaliate. For a while, I swore it must have had a held item that increased critical hit rates because it got 3 in a row. Wild stuff. In the end though, Fuego was able to take it out with a flamethrower, but by the time the curtain fell, he was my only remaining Mon. So well done, Nimona. She celebrates alongside of us, and this brings an end to the Victory Road storyline. And with that, we've grown much closer with Arven, Penny, and Nimona, which means we're finally ready to journey into the Great Crater of Paldea. Arven quickly calls us and says he's secured 2 allies willing to help us reach Professor Toro. You'll recall he contacted us in his lab and asked us to journey to Area 0 to return the Violet Book to him. This mission brings together all 3 major NPC companions and wraps up our adventure in Paldea with a nice little bow, so that's cool. I appreciate how all 3 main storylines converge in here at the end. We start this quest by venturing back to Medali and heading up towards the Great Crater. Here, we find Arven at the Zero Gate, a giant elevator that will take us to the bottom. We meet up with Penny and Nimona and are soon contacted by Toro. He tells us that in order to reach the ground floor, we'll need to ride Miraidon down to the surface. We get this cheesy but cool cutscene where the futuristic legendary is a bit scared to jump, but is given courage when we join him. It's hilarious to me that he jumps before you, his actual trainer for the whole adventure, is secured and on board. Some friend you are, next picnic you're staying in the Pokeball. Area 0 is a pretty wide open and vertical slice of the map, with many areas to explore. Its color palette is unlike anything else in the rest of Paldea, as it's shinier and brighter than most places. As a result, the paradise motif they're going for sort of works. On this initial level, everything seems well and good. There's plenty of Pokemon we recognize, and the landscape is rather harmless. Turo contacts us again and asks us to begin working our way down to the lowest point of Area 0. To reach him, we'll have to stop at 4 different research stations and manually override the locks leading into Toro's lab. All the while, the professor remains very stiff and cold, even when addressed by his son. Arven makes a few attempts to speak with his father, but is constantly shut down or ignored. This fractured relationship was established through his questline, but it will really be dialed up throughout this mission. Speaking of character development, and, well, it really is Arven or bust when it comes to Scarlet and Violet. When you compare these 3 companions to those in Sword and Shield, you'll find this bunch to be a bit lacking. Hop, Marnie, and especially Bede had really noteworthy changes to their character as the game unfolded, learning from your example whether it was through friendship or rivalry. The same can't be said about Penny and Nimona in this game. Nimona begins and ends the game exactly the same, a passionate and overzealous trainer who's obsessed with battling. The pre-release trailers mentioned that she wasn't very good at catching Pokemon, and it's also spoken on a few times early in the game, but it never really goes anywhere. I thought maybe part of her growth would come from being taught by you, but no, that doesn't happen. I think that would have been cool too, considering it's often our companion NPCs that teach us how to catch Pokemon. Flipping that script could have been neat, but no, Nemona is just Nemona from start to finish. They try to show some growth with Penny, but the impact is lost in the goofy story about Team Star. There's just too many plot contrivances to consider it natural, so both of them end up being a total flop. Arven though, well, Arven's development is pretty good. More on that in a bit. As we hit the next research station, we are attacked by a Delibird. Well, kinda. Besides new regional forms, new cross-gen evolutions, and regional fakes, Scarlet and Violet introduce one other type of creature, Paradox Pokemon. Right now, we're face to face with this futuristic Delibird called Iron Bundle. I'll talk more about these paradoxes later on. For story purposes, Professor Turo explains in the second lab that his research was on time travel and that deep within Area Zero, he's built a time machine. He's used it to bring Pokemon from the future back to our present times here in Violet. But if you're playing Pokemon Scarlet version, Professor Sada has pulled Pokemon from the past. Let's just say it plainly, Gamefreak fully expects you to not think too hard about this time machine. Just accept it for what it is, and enjoy the Paradox Pokemon as a result. Anyway, he goes on to say that Miraidon is actually a futuristic descendant of Cyclizar, and I always thought that was a cool touch. It means that these boxed legendaries aren't necessarily god-tier Pokemon like Rayquaza or Arceus, but instead, they're past and future Pokemon that existed in spades. They are only special now because there's only a handful here. Well, 2 to be exact. Turo mentions that he's managed to pull 2 Miraidons back into our time while conducting his research. The one we have in our possession, and another that's gone missing in action. With that, we reach an underground cavern where massive shiny gems light up the room. After a quick speech from Arven, we press onwards towards the final research station. Along the way, I ran into this futuristic form of Hydreigon, Iron Jugulus. I figured, you know what, let's get a new team member, why not? Its typing is dark and flying, and since I don't have either, it's worth the addition. So move over Cleonectra. As we've been venturing to this point, Arven has really been opening up more and more about his childhood. He reveals that his father is obsessed with his research, so much so that the young boy was often left ignored with only Mabalstiff to play with. This neglectful parenting was only made worse when the professor discovered Miraidon. After a few weeks of concealing his discovery on the mainland, things got too dangerous. He didn't want people finding out about his time machine, so he decided to take Miraidon down with him to stay in Area Zero permanently, leaving Arven behind in the process. It's for this reason that Arven has such disdain for Miraidon, blaming it for his dad's absence. He's started to warm up to the creature though, as we've been descending. Finally, we reach the last research station. It's in shambles. Clearly something bad has taken place here. As we enter, Turo tries to contact us once more, but his signal is blocked. His message starts coming in all warped, and he blames the equipment, but Arven doesn't buy it. He gives a very ominous statement about the technology not being the issue, and he opts to remain silent on the matter for quite a bit. But with that, we finally reach the Zero Lab. The lab is covered in huge crystals, which the professor explains are a power source that can exponentially improve the capabilities of machinery. In doing so, he exposes that the Terra Orbs that allow for terrestrialization are made from these crystals. This, of course, begs the question, who makes the Terra Orbs? But that's never answered, sadly. Maybe in the DLC, but I doubt it. After this, we call Miraidon out of its ball to aid us in taking on what lies beyond the lab's doors. Soon, its rival appears, leaping down at us and letting out a mighty roar before traveling inside the lab. It's clear our Miraidon is still shook up, and it's becoming evident that it's been scared to battle this entire time because of an earlier fight where it lost to the rival. Before we get to think on that though, Paradox Pokemon flood out of the lab, and we're forced to beat more futuristic Donphans, Hariyamas, and Hydreigons. A few escape, and Penny and Nemona give chase, fearing that if they're let loose, they could wreak havoc across Paldea. Meanwhile, Arvin gives an emboldened speech to both you and Miraidon, encouraging us to stand up against whatever opposes us and to believe in ourselves. And with that, we charge into Turo's lab. What we discover inside is unbelievable. It's life-changing. Turo is a Giga Chad. Okay, I'm just kidding. Jokes aside, Turo is revealed to have been an AI developed by the original Turo. This explains Arvin's foreshadowing words earlier. He tells us that the true professor perished in a fight that took place at the previous research station. He gave his life to protect the Miraidon that travels alongside of us in a fight against the rival. Let me just stop right there and establish that someone actually dying in a Pokemon game is unheard of, and instantly makes this one of the most metal experiences in the franchise yet, if not the most. This next sequence is by far the best part of the game, in my opinion, as it feels so out of pocket for the normal Pokemon adventure, and I love that they did something new. The fact that Turo has been a robot this whole time is just the beginning. He tasks us with stopping the time machine, recognizing that the original Turo's vision had terrible consequences for Paldea. By continuing to bring in futuristic Pokemon, the ecosystem could easily be destroyed if they managed to escape Area Zero. The AI remains shackled here, keeping things in check as best as it can, but it needs us to stop the machine for good. It leads into what should have been the Hall of Fame room after beating Gita, where we come face to face with the time machine. AI Turo warns us that as soon as we make a move to stop it, the systems governing it will take control, forcing you into battle against him. He also mentions that he's an incredibly strong trainer who's used millions of data points to formulate the perfect battle strategy, but he has faith in us. As we place the Violet book into the time machine to act as an override, things get dark. The AI goes rogue and comes at us with a team full of futuristic Pokemon that have been force caught using Master Balls. I love that little detail. Anyway, it's a really cool moment because we get to see even more Paradox Pokemon, which is always a treat. But on top of that, we don't necessarily know what types these creatures are. We're left to guess, which can make the fight a bit trickier. I certainly struggled as I took my best guess at to what the hell these Pokemon like Iron Hands and Iron Thorns were weak to. I had to dip into my handy bag of revives and potions more than once during this fight, and that's always the sign of a struggle. And that's good. We've been wanting more challenge in Pokemon games, and Scarlet and Violet deliver at least a bit more of it. As the fight rages on, AI Turo taunts us in a corrupted font. It's a really cool moment. So cool, in fact, I'm willing to overlook all the plot holes circulating around the sequence. As we defeat him, Arvin, Penny, and Nimona crash the party. Arvin begins to have a touching moment as he comes face to face with his dad, or at least what remains. We'll get to that in a moment because we aren't out of the woods yet. In a final attempt to save the time machine, the computer system goes berserk, locking all Pokeballs in the room that aren't linked to Turo's ID. The AI is forced to call out the souped up Miraidon that's been giving us trouble, but we have no ability to fight back with our locked Pokeballs. There's even a scene where we try to start a battle and the ball just doesn't work. I love that. Only by navigating into the menus can we call upon Miraidon to join the fight. Since it was originally owned by Turo as well, it's able to come out. With the encouragement of our ragtag group of heroes, it's able to find the courage to stand up against its bully. We work our way through this cool fight where the moves we use really end up telling a story. The rival Miraidon starts by using Taunt, symbolizing how cocky it feels over our Pokemon since it won earlier. We exchange blows until we have to survive a massive move using Endure. We're able to hold on with 1 HP, showing our Pokemon has a bit of heart to it now, never giving up. And then finally, we terrestrialize and unleash a super effective double boosted dragon move to finish it off, putting an end to the AI's reign of terror. With the threat neutralized, the glitched out AI Turo returns to normal and tells us its thoughts about our journey. It admires our will to fight for those we care about and the strength we displayed in battles, so much so that it feels jealousy. Now, knowing that the machine can never be turned off for good so long as it remains here, it opts to travel to the future to have its own adventure and to live out Turo's dream. Before departing, he shares a brief heartfelt moment with Arven, letting the boy know that his father did truly care about him, even though it won't ease his pain too much. I like that this revelation doesn't instantly make Arven a happy camper. He's still shown to be quite down from the whole thing as we leave, but he is cheered up because of the new friendships that he's formed. It's like he comes to realize that he doesn't need his father to be happy. He's got people and Pokemon that he cares about, and that care about him, and that can be enough. And I think that's a great sentiment. A quick apology doesn't undo years of neglect, no matter how sincere it may be. And I think Gamefreak captured that feeling here, making Arven easily the most well-realized and developed character in Generation 9. All in all, I really like this miniature adventure in Area Zero. It goes places you wouldn't expect for a Pokemon game and pulls it off quite well. But with that, we've now exhausted the main story of Scarlet and Violet, and we can turn our attention to the post-game. As we return from the Great Crater, we're asked by Clavel to come to his office. Here, we're properly thanked for our efforts in Area Zero, and are rewarded with the coveted Master Ball. Soon after, Nemona suggests we have a battle tournament to celebrate, and Geeta arrives to agree. She wants to join, but she can only do so if we free up some time for her by checking up on the 8 gyms and defeating the leaders at their full power. And with that, we're set free to continue exploring Paldea. There's really 5 different things to do at this point, and we'll be going over each. The first is to re-challenge the gyms and then compete in the school tournament. Secondly, you can travel back to Area Zero and uncover more Paradox Pokemon. Thirdly, you can capture the 4 hidden legendaries across Paldea. Fourth would be the Terra Raid battles scattered throughout the region. And finally, you can do those things that every Pokemon postgame includes, like shiny hunting, rounding out the Pokédex, and building competitive teams. For this video, I decided to start by revisiting the gyms for a rematch. As I started making my way back to Cortando, I was debating on if I wanted to use Miraidon on my team now that it can battle once more. I ultimately decided against it because you have to clear out a space in your party for it, obviously. However, if you add it to your party and then summon it to ride, you have to re-add it to your party for battles, even if there's space for it. That's so stupid. So for now, we're sticking with Iron Jugulus. The gym rematches are about what you'd expect. It's not the first time we've seen this feature in a Pokemon game, and it's starting to become an alarmingly large portion of what's considered post-game content. Gold and Silver really shot the franchise in the foot with its post-game, as now every generation people hope for another region to be explorable after the credits roll. That's true once again here, with people claiming that the Giant Rock will be Kalos DLC. I doubt it, and it's funny because while I'm recording this just yesterday they announced the DLC, so now I know you're wrong. As for the Gym Leader rematches, they took me about an hour to complete. That hour mostly felt like a slog, as getting through each battle one after the next made them drag, but it was entirely my choice to do it that way. The later gyms like Grusha's and Rhymes don't feel very much different, as most of them don't have any new additions to their team. They've basically only seen their teams rounded out to level 65, and I think that's a missed opportunity. Luckily, some of the earlier gyms are able to get new team members to bring them up to 5. Katie in particular was fun to battle, as my encounter with her in the main story was less than thrilling. Seeing her powered up, well, that was pretty cool. I never really felt much challenge from these battles, but a few of the leaders did manage to knock out some of my Pokemon, so that's something. Really, this is just a way of dragging out the post-game content for a bit longer. That was the case in Sword and Shield, and it remains true here. At least now we get access to a bit of new content back in Mesagoza. Geeta thanks us for visiting the 8 gyms, and we even get to answer some survey questions about our thoughts on them. It doesn't mean anything, but it's at least nice that they add a bit of follow-up. Geeta asking us to go somewhere a bit more discreet and then taking us to our room is a bit out of pocket though. Weird wording for a kid's game, that's for sure. But with that, we can now register into the Academy Ace tournament. It functions a lot like the tournaments in Galar. Here, you'll face 4 NPCs in a row, and if you win all the battles, you become the school's ace trainer. The first time you go through this tournament, the opponents are all set. You'll face Arvin, Jacques, Dendra, and Gita, but every time after that, your opponents will be pulled randomly from a pool of students and staff. The list includes Penny, Arvin, Nimona, all the teachers, Clavel, Gita, and most importantly, Nurse Miriam. To me, this tournament is here to provide a quick way to level up Pokemon if you're trying to complete the Pokédex. While it's cool to battle some strong teams, you'll quickly outlevel the competition, making this just as easy as any other set of battles across the game. It's a fine inclusion, but not one that excites a whole lot. Do it once or twice, and you'll probably have your fill of it. Upon finishing the tournament, we get a call from Jacques of all people. He warns us that the Terra Raid dungeons found all over Paldea are brewing up some strong Pokemon, and he asks us for our help to quell the beasts. I ignored these during the main story because, to me, they're really endgame content. Terra Raid battles are essentially max raid battles from Sword and Shield with a few changes and extra features piled on top. To be honest with you, I wasn't a big fan of these back in Gen 8, and they still don't do much for me personally. However, I know a lot of people that enjoy them, and so I'm glad they returned and are giving people reasons to keep playing. So, how does it all work? Well, the objective is simple. You'll take on a Pokemon in a 4-on-1 battle alongside of AI teammates or other real-world players. The Pokemon you face off against will have a different Terra type than its normal type. This means catching them earlier can give you some pretty unique types, but honestly, most trainers are completing these for the rewards, not necessarily to get a bug-type Tauros. More on that in a second. Within battles, you can do one of 3 things: attack, cheer, or run. Running obviously allows you to leave the battle early. Battling sees your Pokemon using one of its 4 moves. The battle mechanics are relatively unchanged, except for moves take place in real time instead of being turn-based. That means you and your teammates could all be attacking at the same time, which is cool. Makes it feel more action-packed. And then there's cheering. You can cheer 3 times in each encounter, and there's also 3 cheers to use. One boosts attack stats, one boosts defensive stats, and the other will heal the party up. Your goal is to defeat the Terra Pokemon before the time expires, and if you do, you're able to catch it and add it to your collection. You'll also be gifted a ton of valuable resources for your efforts, including held items, experience point boosters, and perhaps most notable, those Terra Shards I mentioned earlier. For players choosing to engage the competitive scene in-game, these are a must-have. I can't speak towards that experience too much, but I have to imagine it's a huge grind. Anyway, Terra Raid battles also have their own difficulty ranking, anywhere from 1 to 7 stars. As you progress the story, more difficult raids unlock and are randomly placed throughout the world. After beating the Ace tournament once, Jacques will unlock rank 6 dungeons after you've defeated 12 other dungeons. But the hardest ones come from rank 7. These are special events put on by Gamefreak each month. They often contain Pokemon you can't find in the overworld, such as Charizard, because, well, of course they picked Charizard. These rank 7 dungeons will seriously test you and your party's decision making, and in this way, they provide an intense experience that you won't really find in any other part of the game. Not only are the Pokemon higher level and whatnot, but they also get added perks, like being able to put up a shield, eliminate negative stat changes for itself, heal status ailments, and even use an extra move. So yeah, it'll take coordination to defeat these. I'm glad trainers have something like this to look forward to each month. Finding strategies to win these tough encounters have been talked about a lot online, and it's just nice to see the community enjoying themselves, even if I don't. Okay, now let's dip back into Area 0 for a look at some of these Paradox Pokemon. You know, I'm not sure how I feel about them as a whole if I'm completely honest. These entities take up slots that could have went towards brand new Pokemon instead of just giving us gimmick versions of previous Pokemon. And yes, I understand the irony in that because I am a fan of regional fakes. At the end of the day, I'll say this. If they wanted to include these past and future takes on Pokemon, this was the game to do it in, as long-term evolution is undeniably a huge part of the game's theme. Obviously, we have all the new Pokemon that evolve, but it goes beyond that. The idea of regional fakes and paradox Pokemon offer uptakes on evolution that transpire over thousands of years. It seems that Wiglet and Diglett were a single species years ago, the resemblance is just too uncanny otherwise. Meanwhile, Cyclizar is the modern-day version of Koraidon and Miraidon. And Paradox Pokemon is just another commentary on that theme, showing us, for example, what Pokemon like Donphan look like in the past and in the future. It helps build on the world of Pokemon, showing how it existed long before we ever joined it and how it will endure for years to come. They took the ever-present theme of evolution and expanded on it while offering up some new takes on classic Pokemon, so in that regard, I think it's a total win. With that being said, I don't believe the past and future Pokemon exist on even planes. In my opinion, the past Pokemon found in Scarlet are much better designs than those found in Violet, and that's due to how the future Pokemon all seem to share the metallic and synth-like look. While the past Pokemon are free to experiment with the original design, the future Pokemon are shackled to this one specific design philosophy, and I think it ends up making many of them look quite similar. At the very least, I'm glad they resisted the obvious urge to make all or most of the future Pokemon into Steel types. Only one of them, Donphan, or excuse me, Iron Treads, gets the Steel type in the future. All the rest of the Pokemon get brand new typings despite their metal frames, and that was a really smart choice in my eyes. I really enjoyed taking a look at the Paradox Pokemon and seeing how their types changed, along with the massive stat boost and how that might affect their competitive viability. It's brought some previously underwhelming Pokemon up to the forefront while giving other heavy hitters another massive boost, almost akin to Mega Evolution. And finally, I think the names are a bit silly, but I can see their dilemma. I think they tried to come up with creative names, but honestly, it just feels kinda weird. Like Iron Jugulus? Sandy Shocks? I don't know, it's a bit cringy if you ask me. But yeah, overall, I'm fine with Paradox Pokemon in the same way I was with other divergent takes, like Ultra Beast for example. I'm sure we'll see a few more in DLC, and then we'll never hear from them again. Finally, our last major objective is capturing the 5 legendaries. Remember like 3.5 hours ago when I stumbled into that purple ironclad door that was sealed off? Well, this is one of the 4 seals in Paldea that houses the Treasures of Ruin. The lore on these are actually really freaking cool. You see, these 4 Pokemon were all originally objects. A sword, a pair of beads, a set of tablets, and a vessel. They were treasured valuables that exchanged hands many times throughout history. However, the people that collected them were often people of ill intent. Humanity's sin was absorbed by the items, taking on properties of destruction. Their objects reached their tipping point when an ancient leader of Paldea gathered them all. Now, it's not clear to me how this transpired, but it seems at some point the objects turned into Pokemon, whether it was before they were locked away or after. Either way, those objects or Pokemon brought great devastation to the land until a group of powerful trainers were able to corral them and lock them away in 4 shrines hidden across the world. These shrines were then locked by 32 different stakes, 8 for each one, and it's said that only a person of good heart and character can remove them to free the beast for a battle. I don't know about you, but to me that's really freaking cool, and it's something you won't necessarily gather just from playing the game and finding a few stakes. Finding one of them throughout the world will prompt you into a Google search to tell you more, and down the rabbit hole you go. As for the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon themselves, they're some of the best designs in the game, and honestly some of my favorite of all time, probably trailing only the 3 legendary dogs of Johto, and not many more. Each of them is very much inspired by Eastern culture, making them stand out like a sore thumb in Paldea, distinguishing themselves from all the other creatures housed in the Pokédex. It is said that each of them brings ruin to the world. Wo-Chen, a dark and grass type, absorbs the living energy out of all nature's plants. Qianpao, a dark and ice type, is capable of triggering catastrophic avalanches. Ting Lu, a dark and ground type, uses the giant vessel on its head to smash craters into the earth, bringing about powerful earthquakes. And finally, Qi Yu, a dark and fire type, can bring lava and magma to the surface of the planet to trigger destructive eruptions. Each of them is primarily a dark type, symbolizing their absorption of humanity's worst traits, but they also get a secondary type that reflects their destructive potential. Each of them also has an ability that will lower the stats of the opposition. One lowers attack, one special attack, one defense, and one special defense. This further helps symbolize their power, bringing ruin to your Pokemon by weakening them just through their presence. I think they're really cool, and unlocking them by finding all the stakes does encourage exploration and rewards you with a challenging boss encounter. Catching legendary Pokemon has never been my favorite ode to the tedium, but these ones provided a bit of extra challenge through replenishing health, dishing out super effective moves, and more. I enjoyed this search far more than I thought I would going into it. And then there's one other legendary, Miraidon. The rival of our rideable companion awaits us in the deepest part of Area 0. I decided to use my Master Ball on it since I'm about done with this experience, but I will say this, I really like these box art legendaries. They're probably my favorite design since Generation 2 with Lugia and Ho-Oh. Interestingly enough, both that generation and this one feature legendaries who have a duality with one another in physical design. Ho-Oh is the Sunbird, while Lugia is the Moonbird. Koraidon is the past dragon, while Miraidon is the future dragon. I really like when the legendaries mirror each other, but are also visually distinct, and that's true here. So yeah, from here, the player is free to finish the Pokédex, catch shinies, raise new Pokemon, and engage in the competitive scene. But that's true for every new generation, so let's work on wrapping this thing up. The greatest theme Pokemon Scarlet and Violet try to impart on their player is finding meaning in the things we do. The Academy's treasure hunt is an allegory for discovering the things we're passionate about and pursuing them as much as we can. So the only natural question to end this video with is, of course, did I find my treasure in Generation 9? Sadly, my answer is a meek yeah, not a confident yes. For a first attempt at crafting a fully open world game, I think Gamefreak did an incredible job, especially considering the extreme crunch they were under to get this job done. In some ways, it's impressive that they were able to get the game in the state that it is in just 3 years. There's so many new ideas here. We, of course, have the new Pokemon, which take time to design by finding inspiration and reiterating on concepts, and then you have to decide on types, attacks, moveset, signature moves, abilities, evolution routes, and more. That's a lot just on its own. And then, on top of that, they built a new open region that had to be completely accessible at any time while still having hidden pockets locked behind movement progression. That's no easy task either. And then of course they had to innovate and introduce new mechanics like Let's Go mode, picnics, photo mode, and more. The point is, there was a lot to get done in 3 years, and they ought to be proud of what they made. With that being said, this game doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's very clear that the game was rushed to market, suffering both from a lack of development time and from the Switch's aging capabilities. Presentation and performance are damn near a disaster in this game, which definitely drags down the experience for many players, myself included. We've also played plenty of open world games before, and the lack of established features like meaningful side quests, rewarded exploration, how even just a functioning map feel like missed opportunities. It once again leads me to say that, wow, Game Freak is really onto something here, but they didn't quite hit the mark. Maybe next time, they will. I feel like I've been saying that for years now, but I remain optimistic for Generation 10. I only hope they can get an extra year or two of development and a new set of hardware to make something special. As for Paldea, we haven't seen the end of it yet, as 2 upcoming DLCs have been announced, and yes, I'll be sure to cover those when they release. Moving beyond that though, I'd love to see Gamefreak take another crack at designing an open world in Gen 10, to perfect and iterate on what they've made here. With one world under their belt, perhaps the development of another will be easier, leading to a bit more content in the game. Pokemon has so much potential for good storytelling, and I'm just waiting for one of these games to do just that. But will we get that? Who knows. As for Generation 9, my final enduring thought seems to be this. A second playthrough actually made me like the games far more than my first run, which was marred with disappointment. I know they can do better though, and I'm optimistic about the future. Generation 9 hopefully channels its theme of time by marking the present day as a new era for Pokemon titles, by paving the way for future experiences without losing touch of what has made this franchise so special for the past 3 decades. Thanks for watching. Alright, hey everyone, how you doing? Wow, I can't believe this project is finally complete. It took me a good 3 months to make, but I think I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. If this is the first time you've watched any Pokemon content on my channel, you're probably wondering why I didn't talk about things like battle mechanics or other series staples. That's because I've already covered them in great detail in my Pokemon Sword video from a few years back. I recommend giving it a watch if you haven't already to hear more thoughts about the inner workings of the franchise. If you want even more Pokemon content from me, I have reviews of both Generation 8 DLC packs, a critique of new Pokemon Snap, and even a 2-hour look at Shining Pearl up on the channel. So go watch them too. If you made it this far in the video, I truly thank you. Again, I know this one was a bit more unfocused and rambly than the other ones, but there's only so much to talk about without rehashing the same ideas. I would love to hear your thoughts on this 9th generation of Pokemon. Tell me your overall ideas, like what's your new favorite Pokemon and what storyline you enjoyed the most, or really anything else about the titles. Let's hear it in the comments below. I'll keep up with it as best as I can. As for the future, like I said, when the DLC comes out, you can expect reviews of that. So yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Please leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Consider subscribing for more. Follow me on Twitter at NopNapNarp. Join our Discord, the link is below. And as always guys, have a nice day and take care.